Concordia University, Chicago in the Thunderdome as the Cougars take on the Illinois Institute of Technology Scarlet Hawks. Before we meet today's starting lineups, we ask that you all please rise if you are able and remove your hats as we honor America with the playing of our national anthem.
Just baseball. What else is there?
I'll take care of the other sports then. They're not important, but. Let's meet the starting lineups first for the visiting Scarlet Hawks. Starting in center field and batting number 1, number 23, Michael Courtney. Starting at third base and batting second, number 7, Connor Blake. Starting at second base, batting number 3 is number 3, Brandon Bennett. Batting fourth and playing first base, number 28, Ted Howell. Playing shortstop and batting fifth, number 14, Nick Bledsoe. The designated hitter, batting number 6, is Claudio Labreco. Playing left field, batting 7, is number 6, Jacob Sorensen. Batting 8 and playing right field, number 17, Zach Pacer. And starting as a catcher and batting number 9 is number 9, Dave Navarro. And pitching for the Scarlet Hawks is number 1, Austin Richardson. And they're coached by Edward Seifert. And now let's meet the starting lineups for your very own Cougars. Batting first and playing left field, number 12, Howie Hatton. Batting second and playing shortstop, number 32, Bryce Vincent. Playing first base and batting number 3 is 17, Gary Maynard. Our designated hitter for the day and batting number 4 is number 8, Brody Mariotti. Playing second base and batting in the 5th position is number 6, Matt Uba. And playing third base and batting number 6 is number 25, Caleb Anderson. Catching for the Cougars and batting number 7 is number 1, Mike Savoli. Playing center field and batting in the 8th position is number 40, Nathan Dewey. And batting number 9 and playing right field is number 9, Niles Goff. And pitching for the Cougars is number 45, Cole Carvin. Let's play ball.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Thunderdome on the campus of Concordia University, Chicago for a doubleheader of Cougars baseball as they take on the Illinois Tech Scarlet Hawks. Welcome into our broadcast today. I'm Alex Campbell alongside Justin Bjorseth. Let's get a quick rundown one more time of the starting lineups. First, for the visiting Scarlet Hawks. Leading off is number 23, Michael Courtney. Batting second, number 7, Connor Blake. Batting third, number 3, Brandon Bennett. Batting fourth, number 28, Ted Howell. Batting fifth, number 14, Nick Bledsoe. Batting sixth, number 15, Claudio Labreco. Batting seventh, number 6, Jacob Sorensen. And batting eighth, number 17, Zach Pacer. And batting ninth, number 9, David Navarro. The Cougars on defense. Cole Carman is on the bump today. Michael Zavoli does the catching. Around the infield, it is, Gary Maynard, Matt Uba, Brandon Vincent, and Caleb Anderson. The outfield, Carman delivers his first pitch for a ball outside. The outfield today is Howie Hatton, Nathan Dewey, and Niles Gall. And I'm welcoming my broadcast partner in for the day, Justin Bjorseth. And Justin, Cole Carman back to the bump. We saw him in his last start, and he looked really impressive.
He did, and, he's the number one in the staff, and you always want to start the doubleheader off on the right foot, and I think he's the right guy to be sending to the mound. And to start the day, that is Courtney popping out to second base as the catch is made by Matt Uba for the first out of the day. Cole Carman on the season, 3 starts, a 2-1 record with a 4.29 ERA, 18 strikeouts to just 5 walks.
Yeah, walks are how you get yourself in trouble. If you're a starting pitcher, if you're going to get beat, you want to be beat by them hitting the ball. And, it always seems that walks find a way to hurt you in the end. If you let guys on base for free, they find a way to come around and score, and he's done a good job this year of limiting that and not allowing, free runs, essentially, free base runners. So,
ball went outside on a fastball to the 2-hitter today. That is Connor Blake. Blake, it's only been 6 games this season, Justin, for the Scarlet Hawks, but Blake batting .565 with an OPS north of 1,700. So, again, small sample size, but he has been raking this season for IIT.
Yeah, like you said, only a few games this year. I believe 6, and so we'll learn a lot about this team today. I think that they're at the point in the season where they're probably still learning a lot about themselves, and they've been out of action for a little bit. So, we'll see if rust versus rest, the old debate. We'll see how they look today. They had a strong start when they were playing.
That's a line drive into center field and not having to do much movement at all as Nathan Dewey, the junior from Geneva, Illinois, who makes his 5th start of the season today, and 2 down now in the first.
Yeah, Dewey playing center field, where we've seen a lot of Niles Gall out there recently, but Gall has moved to right field today, and those 2 bat at the bottom of the Cougar lineup, which has been one of their strong suits so far this season, has been the ability of the bottom of the order to flip back around at the top.
Now the switch hitting Bennett in the 3rd spot. Number 3 takes a low strike for strike 1. Bennett, another guy who's put up good numbers in limited time this season, batting .409 on the season with 8 runs batted in. As Justin mentioned, the Scarlet Hawks have been out of action recently. This is their first game since March 28th. The 0-1 from Carman is swung on and missed for strike 2.
I keep thinking that we're watching a Louisville game with
There's
these IIT uniforms.
There is a strong University of Louisville vibe,
and I can tell that they're outfitted by Adidas and the same as Louisville. So I think the inspiration was definitely there when designing these.
That 0-2 pitch down and in, as skipping away from it was Bennett, a junior from Mokina, Illinois. Bennett appearing in his 47th game today with a career batting average of .308 for IIT, so maybe those early season strong numbers aren't an aberration after all. The 1-2 is chopped down the line to first base and going just foul. Again, we've got a change in the lineup from what we've seen. Brody Mariotti will DH today. Well, it is Gary Maynard who is at the first base position today.
And Maynard has been good at filling a lot of roles for the Cougars defensively. He's been in the lineup as a DH, but he's also played third base, left field, and now today first base. And you have to keep Caleb Anderson's hot bat in the lineup down at third. Maynard giving Mariotti some rest here, at least in game 1.
Another foul ball on the first base line. Count stays 1-2. It's an IIT team this season who has swept Wisconsin Lutheran, split with Concordia, Wisconsin, and swept Marion to give them their 5-1 record. And like you said, Justin, we're really, I think, going to find out a lot about this team today and also about the quality of that competition they've faced.
Yeah, today and tomorrow especially, when you get these teams playing 4 times in 2 days, which you're going to see a lot of now that we move into conference play, playing the NAC schools from Illinois, the structure of the schedule is such that you play a team twice on Saturday and twice on Sunday. So you really are going to start getting these 4-game series where you can, where the your depth, especially pitching wise, starting pitching wise, is what's going to show through.
The 2-2 is blasted down the right field line. If it's fair, it could be gone. It's curving, it's out of play, and it is foul, thankfully for the Cougars, as Bennett got all of that one.
Yeah, I thought that was gone off the bat, and like you said, it certainly had the distance to do so, but just hooking down into that corner. We don't have too much wind today, certainly not as much as we've had in the past couple of games that we've had here at the Thunderdome.
Absolutely. Illinois Tech also playing on the road for the first time this season. Those first 6 games all at home. They'll be back at home tomorrow for 2 more, as Justin mentioned, against the Cougars. Another 2-2 upcoming from Carmen to Bennett. It is high, then the count goes full.
So IIT then, as we move to the Illinois portion of the conference schedule, probably avoids now any trips north, as I assume that they've moved past their Wisconsin portion of the schedule, as have the Cougars.
That would explain their early matchups, and drawing a walk is Bennett and getting a cheer from the dugout. A good at bat to get the first runner aboard of the day for IIT. And with 2 outs, that will bring up the number 4 hitter, Ted Howell. Howell this season, another guy who's really excelled in these first few games of the season, batting .524 with an OPS of 1346 and 12 RBIs.
Well, those sound like the numbers of a cleanup hitter. And now he gets a chance here with a runner on base. We talked about walks and how they can come back to hurt you. We'll see here if Carmen can work his way out.
This is blasted to third. Anderson knocked it down, but isn't going to have a play, and everyone will be safe. So a sharply hit ball there down the third base line. Anderson did well just to knock it down, but it's 2 runners on and 2 out now for the Scarlet Hawks. I think that's going to go as an error against Caleb Anderson, because there was a play there to be made, especially with how hard that ball was hit. If he snags that, he's got time for a throw, and now Cole Carmen's got some potential trouble on his hands here, as stepping to the plate is Nick Bledsoe.
Yeah, a really tough play for Anderson, and luckily, like you said, he at least got in front of it, because you'd probably be looking at runners on the corners now if you didn't throw a glove on it.
Absolutely. Bledsoe on the season in his 7th game, batting .348, an OPS of .915. Carmen got 2 outs fairly quickly on fly balls, 1 on the infield, 1 to the outfield. There's a 1-0 count here. Taken, strike 1.
This next pitch here could potentially be the most important of the inning so far. Besides maybe that 3-2 pitch a couple batters ago.
Yeah, that's the only deep count we've seen, was the one that resulted in a walk. The Scarlet Hawks have come up swinging so far.
Yeah, that's a tribute to the first 2 outs were made, I think, on 3 pitches. So since then, they've seen more pitches and worked favorable hitters' counts, as Bledsoe has here.
Carmen has thrown 15 now in the inning. 2 outs, runners on first and second, and a 1-1 count. Carmen checks the runner at second and will throw there. It's going to be close, but diving back in is Bennett.
It's not going to be long until the Cougars get somebody with that play, because Uba is sneaking up. The runner on second doesn't know he's coming, and all you need is to catch one of the base coaches, taking their eyes off the play for a second, and they're going to get a guy. Maybe it'll be today.
The 2-1 pitch is swung on and missed on a high fastball, 2-2. Carmen showing the power he's got there on that heater, and he's going to feature that heavily today.
Yeah, that's one of those, if you're the hitter, even if you catch up to that, you might not do a whole lot with it, but it's very hard to lay off, and I wouldn't be surprised if Carmen went right back there now.
I was about to say the same thing. 2-2 pitch upcoming. He checks the runner at second once and twice, and now delivers. That pitch is just low, and the count goes full. And you mentioned, Justin, that maybe the biggest pitch of the inning so far was that earlier 3-2 pitch. This one feels like it means even more with the potential of a bases-loaded situation, all here with 2 outs.
It hurts after 2, the old saying goes. So Carmen here.
Big pitch. Full count. 2 on, 2 out. Runners go, and that is fouled off on a check swing by Bledsoe. Bledsoe, 83 games, 84 now in his career, a career .299 hitter.
Well, it was a nice defensive swing from him there. Found a pitch. Probably didn't like it very much, but you have the split-second decision. He decides to get a little bat on the ball and see something else here.
So another full count pitch upcoming.
Looks like Carmen's going back outside.
6 pitches. Now the 7th of the at-bat is swung on and flown into right center field. Right fielder and left fielder converging, and over to make the catch in the end and end the inning is Niles Gall. So they get 2 runners aboard to the Scarlet Hawks with 2 outs, but they do not score. We'll head to the bottom of the first. Here come the Cougars to bat. So we're here for the bottom of the first inning. Let's take a look at the Cougars batting over. Leading off is number 12, Howie Hatton. He's followed by the shortstop, number 32, Bryce Vincent. First baseman, Gary Maynard, the hit by pitch king, hits third. Brody Mariotti DHs and bats fourth. Matt Uba, the second baseman, hits fifth. Caleb Anderson, the third baseman, hits sixth. He's followed by the catcher, Michael Zavoli, the center fielder, Nathan Dewey, and the right fielder today, Niles Gall. On the mound, though, Justin, for the Illinois Tech Scarlet Hawks is a man who so far this season has put up some pretty blistering numbers. Austin Richardson, 2 starts, 2-0, a 1.64 ERA, and 19 strikeouts.
Up first for the Cougars, number 12, Howie Hatton.
Southpaw on the mound. You can see that, obviously, now. Cougars, obviously a very right-handed dominant lineup. We'll see if that plays any factor today. The first 4 hitters all hit right-handed.
Richardson winds up and delivers just high and outside maybe for ball 1. Richardson listed at just 5'9", 160 pounds, a sophomore from Plainfield, Illinois, making his 5th career appearance. And that's also just high, working right at the top of the zone with that fastball to start things off as Hatton lays off.
Yeah, that's a good job by Hatton to lay off that. I didn't mind that spot at all. I thought he might get the strike there, but might be working with a little bit of a tighter zone today, at least in game 1. Obviously, the umps will change between games, so
3-0 count now to Hatton, who on the season batting .382 with a .992 OPS, takes a fastball right down the pipe there on 3-0 to make it 3-1.
that looked a little low to me. So maybe something to note is that the low strike might be in play today.
The 3-1 pitch is swung on and fouled straight back, and suddenly the 3-0 count is 3-2. Richardson with 8 walks to go along with those 19 Ks this season in 11 innings pitched. Shakes off his catcher once and quickly delivers the 3-2. That is up and in, ball 4, and it's a leadoff walk with Howie Hatton aboard for the Cougars.
And Bryce Vincent has been one of the big RBI guys for the Cougars in their recent games.
9 ribbies on the season, plus a home run last time here at home. Vincent batting .333 on the season, and OPS just a skosh under 800, and he's a .317 career hitter. Another quick delivery is blasted up the middle, knocked down well by the second baseman for the Scarlet Hawks. That had double written all over it. Good defensive play there by Brandon Bennett, but the Cougars have their first two men aboard. Excuse me.
Yeah, that's just for Vincent. That's the product of hitting the ball hard. And the second baseman, like you said, did a great job at getting in front of it and leaving it in the infield. But it's a hit.
Yeah, that would have been a tough play to make regardless as the second baseman moved to his right. But the first two men are on for Gary Maynard, the nation's leader in getting hit by baseballs, as he swings and misses at an off-speed pitch on strike one. Gary Maynard this season 13 times has been hit by a pitch and has walked a total of 22 times. And that's given him his 1133 OPS, which is really impressive, and it's another off-speed pitch, as Richardson threw really nothing but fastballs in those first two at-bats, and he's gone to the changeup twice now, and Maynard has not been able to adjust.
Yeah, Maynard watched those first two at-bats and thought, well, I'm only going to get fastballs when I step up here, and now there he gets one.
And 0-2 is a breaking ball, strike three, so a total shift to your point, Justin. Nothing but off-speed thrown to Gary Maynard, who goes down swinging for out number one, but that'll bring up the big man, Brody Mariotti.
And I said it on this broadcast 2 seconds ago. I thought that was a fastball out of Richardson's hands, so maybe he has really good pitch deception, and that could be a reason for his early success.
I was expecting a fastball, too, and then that thing broke down inside late, and it just didn't look like Maynard was comfortable. But Mariotti will be sitting fastball and looking to blast at 400 feet. He gets one on the inside corner, a call he didn't appear to like, and it's 0-1.
Looked a little in on his hands, but I think he's probably happy that he saw a fastball.
He gets to gauge that. The strike zone, we don't seem to have quite pinned down yet. Off-speed pitch. Mariotti fouls it off his own foot, and it's quickly 0-2. So an 0-2 count with one out, and the first two men of the game aboard on the base paths. Hatton at second, Vincent at first. The batter, Brody Mariotti, the NAC leader in home runs this season.
He wants it up.
He fouls it straight back again. Mariotti, a .386 batting average this season, 1322 OPS, 6 home runs, 24 RBIs.
And they tried getting him with a high fastball there, and he missed the spot a little bit. It was lower than where the catcher wanted it, and that is the risk you run with that call on 2 strikes.
The last time we saw Brody Mariotti, he had a walk-off home run to beat Marion. The 0-2 again is called strike 3. And again, changing speeds was Richardson, and he froze Mariotti for out number 2. Back-to-back strikeouts for the sophomore. That'll bring up one of the few lefty bats in the lineup today, Matt Uba.
Up next for the Cougars, number 6, Matt Uba.
String of lefties coming up here for the Cougars.
Uba up now. Anderson, the man on deck. And you mentioned how hot Anderson's bat has been, Justin, this season. They'd love to get him to the plate in this inning.
Yeah, striking first is important in these games. You set the tone.
1-0 is in the dirt, 2-0, and now a good position for Uba. Uba on the season has started every game batting .281 with an .810 OPS, has 5 doubles, and has walked 12 times. He also has a triple this season.
He's a very patient hitter. And he just tries to make good contact and put the ball where the defenders aren't.
Good walk numbers and an over .300 career batting average as he swings and misses at a ball in the dirt, 2-1. And it's really been interesting. We saw Richardson just throw gas those first 2 batters, and now he's really mixing his speeds up a lot, and we're seeing more off-speed than not through these last couple hitters.
Well, those 2 guys got on base, and no one has since, so I think he's kind of...
Maybe just finding his rhythm?
Yeah, maybe feeling out what's going to work for him today.
That pitch is in the dirt, which makes it 3-1. And tempting if you're Uba here just to be taking 3-1. Get Anderson to the plate and get yourself aboard. You mentioned how disciplined a hitter he is. The 3-1 pitch is taken for a strike. Fastball, full count. And the catcher behind the plate, Navarro, giving some instructions to his infield for how to approach this. You've got to assume the runners will go here on the 3-2 pitch. Richardson sets and delivers. Uba chops it right back to the mound. Richardson will go to first, underhand, to get out number 3. So much like the Scarlet Hawks in the top half, the Cougars threaten in the bottom half. but no runs. We'll head to the second, scoreless here at CUC. Top of the second inning here at the Thunderdome. Alex Campbell and Justin Bjorseth with you for a doubleheader of Cougars baseball today as they take on IIT. No runs in the first inning. And Claudio Labreco will lead things off here in the away half of the second.
Up for the Cougars, up for the Scarlet Hawks, number 15, Labreco.
And that is strike one on the outside corner from Cole Carmen. The 0-1 pitch from Carmen is low and away. 1-1. Labreco batting .364 on the season, another guy with an OPS north of 1,000. Who the Cougars will be looking to put in check today. The 1-1 from Carmen is high and away. 2-1. The 2-1 pitch. Fans into the strike zone. We haven't seen Cole throw many breaking balls so far today, but that one well-timed and well-executed.
If he can continue to hit that, then, the Scarlet Illinois Tech might be in a little bit of trouble. The Scarlet Hawks.
2-2 pitch up coming from Cole Carmen. First batter of the second. Laying off is Labreco, and it's down and away. Another full count.
That IIT dugout is very animated.
They are, and Cole Carmen's throwing a lot of pitches here early. That's 24 already, and we're at the first batter of the second. The 3-2 pitch is swung on and missed on a fastball. Cole Carmen gets his first strikeout of the afternoon. One down. That will bring up number 6, Jacob Sorensen. Sorensen, a senior from Andover, Minnesota. Sorensen on the season, batting .263. Someone to the bats who has not been red hot so far for Illinois Tech. First pitch from Carmen. Check swing, called a ball low and away. That looked like it had the plate, but we don't exactly have the best view from up here, and the ump's kind of shielding me from that outside corner on this at bat. 1-0.
Yeah, for you, especially when you have the lefties up, I can't even see the plate right now.
The 1-0 from Carmen is swung on and chopped back to the mound, fielded by Cole. Underhand toss to first, 2 down. And after a full count strikeout, it's great to get a quick at bat.
Yeah, you were talking about his pitch count thus far, and a little bit of a long first inning, and in order to make up for that, you're going to need some quick innings. And you can afford to go full on one guy, but it does help you when you can come back the next at-bat and get a guy in 2 pitches.
This is Zach Pacer playing in his 4th game of the season. First pitch from Carmen is blasted down the right field line, but foul.
Well out of play.
Pacer, 5 for 12 at the plate this year with 3 RBIs. Senior from Oak Park, Illinois. We actually went to Fenwick High School right down the street here from CUC. Bit of a homecoming then, doubleheader for him today. A 1 pitch up coming from Cole Carmen. He's taken on the inside corner, a fastball for strike 2. Carmen looking to get out of this second inning quickly. Looking for his second strikeout of the inning as well. The 0-2 pitch is swung on and missed on a breaking ball. Cole Carmen gets 2 Ks in the second, and we'll go to the bottom half of inning number 2. The Cougars coming back to bat, looking for the game's first run. Back for the bottom of the 3rd inning, Caleb Anderson getting ready to lead things off for the Cougars here as they go back up against Austin Richardson.
And last inning was a big inning for Cole Carmen on the mound after a little bit of a long first inning that, one of those long innings where there's no damage really done, but like you mentioned, his pitch count was a little higher because of the batters he had to face and the longer counts. It was nice to see him get through that inning. The first batter went to a full count, but the next two pitch at-bats.
Anderson takes low and away again. 2-0 count here. Caleb on the season playing in his 8th game, his 7th start. He's batting .560. Again, small sample size, but he has been excellent at the plate as he now sits 3-0 on this at-bat.
Yeah, this has been a huge part for the middle bottom part of the order for the Cougars, is having Anderson's bat the way he's been swinging it.
Takes on 3-0, a fastball over the middle, 3-1. A quick delivery from Richardson is another fastball over the plate, and it's another full count.
A lot of full counts today so far.
A lot so far, and I got to imagine that Richardson's going to change speeds here. The 3-2 is swung on and missed, a breaking ball. Couldn't exactly tell what his grip was, but I could see coming out of his hand it was something a little different.
It definitely had a little inward break on the hands of Anderson there.
So not sure what it was, if that's a splitter or that was a 2-seamer, exactly what we were looking at there, but it's a strikeout by Anderson on a 3-2 pitch. First pitch, catcher was looking for it, but it's taken away for ball 1 to Michael Zavoli, the catcher. Zavoli starting his 8th game of the year. 1 home run and 8 RBIs on the season.
The home run came from the left-hand side of the plate, if memory serves.
It's on the inside corner. Zavoli turned away, but the umpire calls strike 1. Swing and a miss on a breaking ball in the dirt. Makes it 1-2. 1 down here in the bottom of the second. Scoreless here at the Thunderdome. The 1-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. A changeup low and in. And Richardson gets another strikeout. That's already 4 for him.
And it's been the changing in speeds that I think has been his best friend. Nothing. He doesn't have an overpowering fastball, and he doesn't have a nasty breaking pitch. But the way that he's able to throw them both for strikes so efficiently, and he can come right back with a fastball and then throw an off-speed pitch, and that's been tough to adjust at least the first time through the order. Now the question will be, though, does that hold up once everyone has seen his fastball and his off-speed pitch, because they aren't particularly dominating, though he's doing a really good job at hitting his spots.
Ball inside 1-1. Yeah, with that last, whatever that was, a two-seamer or a splitter, it looks like he's got a 4-pitch mix going right now for Richardson, and keeping the Cougars guessing as this is lifted high in the air, deep left field. It is back, and this ball is gone. Nathan Dewey with a solo home run. He knew it immediately. He had a little home run jump there, a little trot out of the batter's box. And the junior gives the Cougars a 1-0 lead. Nathan Dewey, his first career home run for the junior in his 25th game, gets the Cougars on the board here in the second. Niles Gall will be the new batter. Delivery from Richardson is stroked right to the second baseman for out number 3, but the Cougars are on the board nonetheless. We'll go to the third. CUC up 1-0.
Up to bat for the Scarlet Hawks, number 9, Dave Navarro.
Navarro to lead things off for the Scarlet Hawks as they now trail 1-0 here at the Thunderdome on a 2-out blast from Nathan Dewey, a no-doubter down the left field line. And Justin, off the bat, I wasn't so sure, but he had that little skip out of the batter's box. He felt pretty confident about that one.
Yeah, and you said it was his first career homer, but, these hit balls out of the park before, whether it be in batting practice or whatever. So these guys know, I think, off the bat most of the time if they have it. And, I always look for their reaction. Similar, we talked about it.
This is fouled into foul territory. It's a long run for anybody. Anderson is on the hunt. He's not going to get there, though. It's a foul ball for strike one.
On our last broadcast, it was Mariotti's walk-off home run, and I realized it was out when Maynard, who was running the bases in between first and second, turned and threw his arms up. Sometimes it's tougher to make the read from up here, but I like to get the gauge by watching the guys on the field. And, Dewey had that little bit of a step out of the box like he knew he got it.
It's always interesting as well to watch the outfielders, especially when they don't even bother to move.
Yeah, there was one with Howie Hatton in left field in the games last week, and the visiting team hit the home run. And
yeah, Cougars ultimately won, but that car is still there. I wonder is that car parked there every day, or is that car not moved in 3 weeks?
Well, it's it's gotten a lot of action out there over that left
It's
field
certainly
wall
a dangerous
recently.
place to park, and it's curious that someone hasn't decided that there could be somewhere better to go. That skipped down the first base line, foul for strike 2. Division Street, a dangerous place to be during these games. Navarro, in his 6th game this season, he's 2 of 9 at the plate. A career hitter at just a 182 batting average. The 2-2 from Carmen is chipped to second base, but it's going to be Cole Carmen who's got to cover first as the first baseman, Maynard, I think, might have misread that a bit. Matthew Uba makes the play, though, for out number 1. And that'll bring us back to the top of the order and Michael Courtney.
Well, if you're Maynard and he's looking at the dugout now,
Back for the Scarlet Hawks, number 23, Michael Courtney.
he's and he's interacting with the dugout, and they might be telling him, he's naturally a third baseman. That's where he
Right.
started the season, and he looked like a third baseman
Playing
on
first
that
base.
play, and
Yes.
so and luckily Carmen was able to get over there, and now Maynard.
This
Probably
is lined into
understands.
left field, and Courtney is aboard with a hit. Just slicing that one over Caleb Anderson's head.
And now this is the
For the Scarlet Hawks, number
this is
7,
IIT's second time through the order now, and he went up chasing right away and knocked that ball into left field. So they've seen Carmen now one time through, and adjustments are going to have to be made on both sides. But these were the two. The top first 2 orders were sent down rather easily the first time through before they had a little bit of a 2-out rally.
Carmen throws over to check on Courtney, who slides in safely. This brings up Connor Blake, 0 for 1 on the day. He flew out to center field in his first at-bat. Blake with 10 RBIs this season in 6 games. Takes strike 1 from Carmen, 0-1. A battle of pitching aces today in this matchup. Carmen against Richardson. We expect to see Chandler Kerr on the bump in Game 2 for the Cougars. Carmen throws over again as sliding back in is Courtney. Courtney has stolen 3 bases already this season, so he is certainly willing to run. Carmen checks the runner. The 0-1 pitch is low, ball 1. Bit of a chilly day. Temperatures expected to rise to maybe the mid-50s in River Forest today, but we are dry, and that's probably the most important thing.
Yeah, not the most ideal weather to be out there playing in. I'm sure that those guys wish it was at least 10 degrees warmer maybe as he takes off.
Runner goes. Zavoli's throw down to second. Tag is there. And the umpire makes no call. It appears he's safe because he's still standing on the base, but I would have at least liked a signal.
Yeah, and it was a very close play, but I think that he did beat it.
No, Courtney was. I don't disagree with the result. I think he was safe, but it would have been nice for a play that was relatively close for the umpire to tell us that.
Yeah, to make no sort of signal at all. That was definitely
odd.
weird. Yes, not.
Anyway,
what you're
that last
accustomed
pitch was
to
a
on stolen
strike.
base.
Yeah, sorry, that last pitch was a strike, which makes it 1-2. Runner at second now with 1 out. Carmen's pitch. Check swing in the dirt. And the umpires determined that he did not go. I always think that's funny, though, that they appeal to an umpire straight away from them who really has a worse view than the home plate umpire.
Standing behind the pitcher's mound or so, absolutely zero perception as to whether or not that bat crosses home plate on a check swing. Now, I don't think he went from up here, so
I don't either.
necessarily
I think
he
the call
made
is fine.
The bad call, but I think in a close situation, as that car you were talking about just pulled away off Division Street, so I don't know if they're listening to this broadcast.
Somebody got a heads up that they were parked
Realizing
in a
that-
dangerous spot.
That's not the right place to be parked.
There's another car. Looks like there's a Tesla parked out behind center field, but that's a ways back there. That would be a serious bomb.
That would be, if someone managed to hit that all the way out there, that would be one of the best displays of power I've ever seen in person.
2-2 pitch from Cole Carmen is taking a breaking ball, strike 3. We talked about it earlier, Justin. If he's able to use that pitch up in the zone effectively, it could be a big weapon today as he sits down Blake on the strikeout.
Well, he absolutely froze him, and, Blake's a little bit upset with himself that he didn't take a crack at that. You're up with less than 2 outs and a runner in scoring position, and, you go down without a fight, but it was a nasty pitch. There's nothing he can really do with that besides tip his cap to the pitcher, and Carmen 1 out away from getting out of this inning again here.
Bennett walked back in the first. He takes ball 1 here in this at-bat. Bennett, who walked on a 3-2 count. Longest at-bat we've seen in the game so far. Bennett with 8 RBIs this season, looking to pick up a 9th and try to tie this game here with 2 outs in the third. Carmen checks the runner once, twice, and now delivers. This ball is chopped towards second base. Play is not made by Matt Uba, and a runner's going to come home to score on the air. We are tied at 1 after it looked like the Cougars were about to be out of the inning. Matt Uba got there to make the play, but the ball, I think, goes off his knee and scoots away, and the runner comes home. Courtney scores. We're tied at 1 here in the top of the third.
Yeah, tough hop it took on Uber there.
But the inning continues, and that will bring up Ted Howell. Howell, who reached on an error himself back in the first inning. Cougars defense not where they'd like it to be today as this is popped high in the air, shallow center field. Uba is back, and he'll make the play this time to end the inning, but not before an error costs the Cougars a run. We'll head to the bottom of the third, tied at 1. Bottom of the third coming up, and it's the top of the order from the Cougars as Howie Hatton strides to the plate to start things off here in the home half of the inning.
Cougars, number 12, Howie Hatton.
Richardson back to work. Fastball outside, ball 1. And so now here is that second time through the order, Justin, and we saw a lot of different strategies taken by Richardson to different batters, and we'll see how he approaches these as Hatton, with a high chopper over the third baseman's head, is aboard with a leadoff single here in the third.
Well, that's quite a bounce. I thought that it looked like it was going to take a hop, but I think the degree of the hop surprised the third baseman.
He was playing a little in as well, too. I think if he was at normal depth, like where he's standing right now, it's an easy play, but he was right on the edge of the grass and just couldn't adjust.
Yeah, he really didn't react until the ball was bouncing over his head, and, it's obviously tough to read the ball off the bat that quickly. But it ends up in left field, and it's a leadoff hit for our leadoff man.
So Howie Hatton aboard. That brings up Bryce Vincent. Vincent, who singled back in the first. And there's that weird, I don't know what it is. You can tell the grip's a little odd. Maybe it's a split finger pitch of some sort, but there it is again. It's a strike. Maybe once we see it enough, we'll be able to have an idea if it's could also be a circle change.
Yeah, I wish.
Is fly down the line. Could it be fair? No, it's a foul ball. Sorry, Justin, you were saying?
Well, I just wish that we were, given notes as to what pitchers, especially visiting pitchers, had in their arsenal so we could know exactly what we're looking for, because while we may like to think otherwise, you and I are not experts on the matter.
No, and up here it's, you can tell generally,
If it has break,
fastball breaking, maybe changeup, but anything more specific than that, slider versus curveball type of changeup, a two-seam fastball if you ever see it in these games. Again, yeah, getting real specifics hard. Runner goes, and Vincent gets a piece of it on an attempted hit and run, but it's a foul ball, and the count will stay 0-2. Is that a fanny pack or a belt buckle that Bryce Vincent's got going? What are we calling that?
I'm not entirely sure what that is. With where he's standing, I can't see it when he's batting. It might be the card that most of them carry.
Not a bad place to put it, as that bounces off the backstop, and good awareness by Hatton to stay put.
Yeah, that
was quite a bounce.
Yeah, that took a very generous bounce for the IIT catcher off the brick back there. Not a very deep backstop.
No, so it's something you really got to be aware of. And you mentioned the exposed brick. Historically you see at Wrigley Field due to the exposed brick. You can get some really firm bounces as Richardson throws over again. And Hatton doesn't really look like he has any intent to run at the moment, but after that attempted hit and run, you never know.
Hit and run, yeah.
1-2 count here to Bryce Vincent. Richardson will throw over again. That's the fifth time this at bat?
Well, lefties tend to utilize the pickoff, their ability to pick off to their advantage. But, yeah, I think Hatton might have sent the wrong message to him with the hit and run, because I don't think Howie's planning on going anywhere. But
ball's taken. It's 2-2, and that's going to be a 3-2 count now. Good patience at the plate here by Vincent.
So we'll see now if he puts him on for free after worrying so much about Hatton not getting to second base.
The 3-2 count, Hatton goes, and it's popped up on the infield. Howie's got to be careful here. And over to make the catch is the shortstop, Nick Bledsoe, for out number 1. That'll bring up Gary Maynard. Gary struck out in the first.
Up for the Cougars, number 17, Gary Maynard.
Runner at first, 1 down. Maynard swing and a miss on an off-speed pitch, and we saw him really struggle with those off-speed pitches in his first at-bat. I expect Richardson to feed him a steady diet of that stuff again here.
Richardson's going to do it until it doesn't work anymore, but, Maynard is eventually going to get the timing down on them. It's only a matter of time. If you see only breaking pitches, then you're going to have a better approach to the breaking pitch.
No fastballs yet for Gary Maynard as he gets another off-speed pitch there, but it's off the outside corner, 1-1. One and one out in a 1-1 game. Richardson delivers, and it's a strike on the outside corner, 1-2.
Looked a little high. Definitely not a pitch. Definitely not a hitter's pitch, not one you're going to do much damage with.
No, a 1-2 pitch now is down and in, ball 2. And I think that might be one where Gary Maynard might have gotten lucky that the catcher dropped the ball, because on first view, I would not have been surprised if that was called a strike, but it's called a ball. It's 2-2.
The spot wasn't bad, but yeah, the catcher has a lot to do with whether or not you're going to get the call. And if
runner goes, it's a high for ball 3, and way out at second base is Howie Hatton. That's a nice throw made by the catcher Navarro, and that's out number 2 in the inning. But Gary Maynard stays alive in the at-bat. And that'll be a full count. The 3-2 from Richardson. And hits Gary Maynard.
Stop me if you've heard this one before.
Stop us if you've heard it before. For the 14th time this season, Gary Maynard gets a free pass to first by getting hit by a baseball. And that'll bring up Brody Mariotti. So that could be a really consequential 3-2 pitch as it brings Mariotti to the plate with a man aboard. Mariotti struck out looking back in the first inning. Can he amend for that here? First pitch swinging straight back, foul ball. Strike 1.
And Maynard, not quite the same when you get hit on a 3-2 pitch, because either way it's out of the zone, but nevertheless it adds to his nation-leading total.
Mariotti swinging and missing on a changeup down and away. And in the first at bat, he looked baffled, and Richardson's pulling strings with him again here in the second at bat.
Yeah, but same thing that I said about Maynard is,
Eventually.
these guys are going to adjust eventually if they go up there expecting it. And I don't, we'll see if he has.
Richardson getting a talking to from the umpire. The umpire basically saying if you're going to walk off the mound, you have to go backwards, which, if you're not going to call a balk, it's not a balk. So
Yeah, I think he was telling him to make sure he's coming set before he throws.
as Mariotti fouls that ball off, 0-2 still.
He works quick when, you take out the pickoff moves, which we don't hate as announcers when pitchers move fast. But the way telling him, come set, make sure you're coming set. But, yeah, you wonder if he has the confidence in his fastball to start trying to throw it by some of these bigger Cougar hitters.
That's off the neck of the bat. That's a tough play. Mariotti tripped up out of the box, and he's going to be thrown out at first base. And Brody's limping over there down the line. You hope he's all right. It looked like he might have just turned his ankle on his way to first base. Either way, the inning is over. We will head to the fourth, tied at 1. Fourth inning here at the Thunderdome, tied at 1 between the Cougars and the Scarlet Hawks as Nick Bledsoe leads off the inning for IIT.
Nick Bledsoe.
Harmon comes set and delivers. And that's, wow, that was called a strike.
Great spot, and I was really hoping he would get that call. A little bit of a late call from the umpire.
I thought, I got to give credit to Michael Zavoli. I didn't think that ball had the plate. It looked like it was breaking just off the corner. But a nice first pitch at the batter.
It looks like they're setting right back up there.
Why not if you got the call last time? Misses the spot this time, though.
Little low, but, live out there if that's going to be, if you're going to get that call. And maybe it was a one-time thing, but we're still kind of trying to figure out the ump zone. Maybe that's an indicator.
Low and away again. 2-1. Cole now over 40 pitches, 42 on the day. A little better in the last couple innings after a hard-working first. The 2-1 is line foul, 2-2.
And again, it looked like he's working him low and away. And I don't know if we haven't seen a lot of that today specifically, so I don't know if that's a note, if that's, he knows something about the batter, or if that's something that they talked about in the dugout in between innings that they want to start working out there more. And now the Zavoli's going inside.
2-2 pitch up coming. Is lined into the left center field gap and down, a base hit. Not enough on it to make it a double. As Bledsoe rounds first, and he's got a leadoff single here in the fourth.
Well, after all that work outside that whole at bat, they tried to go inside there to get the strikeout or the final, or to get him to make some sort of out, I guess.
Yeah, I think they tried to get that pitch in on his hands, and it just stayed over the plate there, and he was able to pull it into left center for a hit, as that brings up Claudio Labreco, who in his first trip struck out swinging.
Yeah, not super hard contact, but definitely what you want from your person leading off the inning.
Especially with 2 strikes. First pitch is taken, strike 1. LeBranco, a senior from Red Bank, New Jersey, playing in his 45th game. Takes a long look here at the card in his pocket. Checks it again. And I will step back in. Bledsoe, the runner at first. Here in the top of the 4th.
Showing bunt.
Showing bunt, and it's high off the bat. It's going to roll down the first baseline, and Carmen didn't get the tag. Everyone's safe, and it's 2 runners on here with nobody out in the 4th. So the bunt that was probably only intended to be a sacrifice ends up being a hit, and head coach Colin Connor wants to talk to the ump about it. And I don't know, but Justin, I saw pretty clearly from up here, Cole did not get the tag.
He didn't get the tag down, and I think he probably had time to make the throw to first.
Up next is Scarlet Hawks, number 6, Jacob Sword.
And in
On
the
a
end,
play
he just
like-
held onto the ball.
On a play like that, usually the first baseman will come up and make the play with the second baseman covering, but that was he got down the line pretty fast because that was not a great bunt.
So now 2 on, nobody out. And that brings up Sorensen.
And Maynard at first base seems to think we might be seeing another sacrifice attempt here.
I don't see any reason why not with 2 on and no out. Carmen, again, it's going to be another bunt shown, but it's taken low and away for a strike, 0-1.
Anderson's in an interesting position over there at third.
Almost like caught between 2 minds. He's mindful of the runner. He's mindful of a possible bunt, but he doesn't want to come too far in. Another bunt shown, and it's put down right back to the pitcher. That's a good sacrifice. Carmen will throw over to first for out number 1. So runners at second and third now, 1 down, and that will bring up the hitter in the 8th spot, number 17, Zach Pacer.
17, Zach Pacer.
Pacer struck out swinging his first time up. A big spot for him here. Can Cole Carmen keep this game tied? This is lined into center field. Not quite, not enough on it as much as I thought. Matt Uba makes the play and a run scores. Off the end of the bat there, I thought there was better contact. It is an RBI on the ground out, and it's a 2-1 lead now for Illinois Tech.
Well, you kind of mentioned it there. You said off the end of the bat, and that is why the ball only got to where it got.
Right.
Because it was good contact, but at the end of the day, when it's off the end of the bat like that, there's only so much the ball can do. And Ubo was positioned very nicely and made that play. And, you know, you give up the run in the situation because it's still early. And you hope now that you escape and strand that runner at third.
Navarro, first pitch down and in, ball 1. Yeah, from that situation to give up just 1 obviously is not the perfect situation, but in a vacuum, I think you'll take it if they can get the third out of the inning here.
Well, it's been a nice small ball inning for Illinois Tech. They've put together, you had the leadoff hit to left field, and then since then you had the bunt hit, the sac bunt, and then you get a guy home on a ground out. And that's just simple. Get him on, get him over, get him in.
And now Cole Carmen hits Navarro, and this inning doesn't get any easier. And with 2 outs, there's runners on the corner as the lineup turns over, and that'll bring in Michael Courtney.
Up next is Scarlet Hawks, number 23, Michael Courtney.
That one just got away from Carmen, and, there's still a chance here to reduce any damage from being done, but definitely have to go right after Courtney here.
Courtney, 1 for 2 today. He singled his last time up. Runners on the corners as IIT continues to threaten here in the 4th. 1 run is already in. Delivery from Carmen. Is that breaking ball? 4 strike 1. Really important to get ahead of the count. I mean, obviously you always want to, but in these situations, especially after hitting the last batter, you need that first pitch for a confidence boost.
Yeah, absolutely. It sets a tone for the at-bat. Now he's ahead 0-2.
Change up there.
And I think we will see a fastball up here.
I was thinking the same thing. If I'm Zavoli, you've thrown a curveball over the plate. You've thrown a changeup over the plate. Give me the heater up and out of the zone. Don't give him anything to hit on this pitch. Let's see what they do. The 0-2 is a high fly ball into foul territory, way out of play. Count stays 0-2. Carmen, another 0-2 offering upcoming. Just outside, 1-2.
And I think
that was the spot.
That's about as good of an 0-2 pitch if you're not, you don't want to throw a strike on 0-2, and there's not a pitcher alive who desires to.
Wasn't a bad pitch. Let's see what he comes back with here. 1-2, runner goes. It's fouled off. As staying alive is Courtney. 3 home runs and 42 RBIs in his career for Courtney. As we've got more baseballs coming from the dugout. Carmen comes set again. The 1-2 is taken for a called strike 3. A perfectly placed fastball from Cole Carmen gets the Cougars out of the inning, but not before IIT takes the lead. We'll go to the bottom of the 4th. It's 2-1 for the visitors. Bottom of the 4th inning here at the Thunderdome. Matt Uba strides into the batter's box. Uba is 0 for 1. He grounded out to the pitcher in his first trip. And Richardson quickly back to work for the Scarlet Hawks on the mound, as that's a half-hearted swing and a miss from Uba, who knew halfway through that swing he wasn't getting to that ball.
Yeah, well, that's just a case of you don't read it great coming out of the hand, and that happens to everybody. He had a better read on that one, laying off that outside pitch.
Yeah, 1-1 now. Richardson delivers, and Uba grounds to his opposite number at second base, thrown over to first for out number 1 on a clean play by Bennett. And that'll bring up number 25, Caleb Anderson. Anderson, a strikeout victim his first time up.
Next to the Cougars, number 25, Caleb Anderson.
First pitch from Richardson is a fastball taken for a strike at the knees. And so far, Justin, I think it's safe to say that Richardson's the real deal.
Yeah, we were. We had the conversation about whether or not how much stock to take essentially in what Illinois Tech had done so far this year. Not any disrespect to anybody at all, just the matter of that they'd only played 6 games, and the Cougars have played more than double that. And, Richardson has proven to be, we'll see some of their other pitchers between today and tomorrow, but definitely their front of the line guy, it appears.
And that's a strikeout on a breaking ball in the dirt, thrown down to first for out number 2. And Anderson in knots and both his at-bats, 0 for 2 now with 2 Ks. That will bring up number 1, the catcher, Michael Zavoli.
Up next for the Cougars, number 1, Mike Savoli.
Richardson works very fast.
He
and
does.
This,
That's a fastball in the inside corner for strike 1. Zavoli was hardly set.
yeah, this comes back to the ump a couple innings ago telling him to make sure he's getting set between pitches. He gets the ball and fires.
This is smacked, though, deep left center field. Zavoli watches it go, and it's over the wall for a home run. The second solo shot of the day for the Cougars, and they've tied the game on a long ball by
And you can
Zavoli.
see Zavoli making sure that everyone saw him touch second base there so that we didn't have a similar situation to his first home run.
So Richardson's been dealing for most of this, but he's missed with 2 pitches and 2 solo shots now in the game for the Cougars. And this man, Nathan Dewey, up next, hit the first one.
And Zavoli's now homered from both sides of the plate this year, so that's truly impressive at a college level that you can show that kind of power from both sides. Because you watch some MLB hitters are night and day going from right-handed to left-handed, and Zavoli took about 1 at-bat from the right side of the plate today to look very much. He looked a lot better in the second at-bat.
The whip
Obviously.
The whip numbers are going to stay low today for Richardson so far, but his ERA certainly going up with the 2 home runs as he hits the outside corner on that pitch. 1-1 the count. And again, Richardson catches and throws quickly, swing and a miss.
Yeah, it doesn't allow the hitters to find their rhythm at the plate, which is what I was about to start talking about before Zavoli kind of proved that point wrong. But you get a pitch to hit, you get a pitch to hit.
On both home runs that we talked about earlier, a good indicator has been the left fielder Sorensen, who has seemed to know pretty immediately. And that was another one where Zavoli had a bit of a trot out of the box. He seemed to know it was gone, as this is a 1-2 pitch from Richardson, a fastball outside, ball 2.
Yeah, that was just good hard contact. Deeper part of the park, more toward the left center. That one I was actually a little bit more unsure of off the bat.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it might be a gapper. Luckily for the Cougars, it was tied the game, and I'm wondering about this ump calling time here. Now that's twice this at bat.
Dewey called for it on that occasion.
Okay,
And Richardson clearly wants to pick up the pace.
Yeah.
Full count is swung on and missed on a changeup. Strike 3. Dewey goes down swinging, but it's another home run for the Cougars. We're tied at 2 as we head to the 5th. Fifth inning here at the Thunderdome. We are tied at 2. 2 solo blasts from the Cougars. Nathan Dewey first, and then last inning, Michael Zavoli. Connor Blake to lead things off here in the away half of the 5th. Blake today is 0 for 2. He's flown out, to center and struck out looking.
And very different ways of manufacturing runs for these two teams.
Small ball versus the long ball.
Exactly. Concordia has made, great contact twice today. Both of them left the yard. And we mentioned the last inning when IIT scored it, it was the leadoff hit, but then there really wasn't any other damaging hit the rest of the inning. There was the RBI ground out, the bunt that was base hit, the bunt base hit, the sacrifice bunt.
0-2 pitch is way out of the zone. 1-2.
Something you can afford to do when nobody's on base.
Absolutely.
Bury one in the dirt like that, and even if it gets past Zavoli behind the plate, it doesn't really matter because just get back there and be ready to throw the next one.
1-2 upcoming. Is grounded hard to second base. Vincent there to make the play over to first. Off the bag and losing the baseball is Gary Maynard. And the throw goes wide of the bag. And the Cougars defense has not done themselves any favors today. And man aboard to start the inning on an error.
Up next for IIT, number 3, Brandon Bennett.
Vincent did well to collect the ball cleanly, but then his throw just off the mark, and Maynard trying to keep the foot on the bag, grab the ball, tag the runner all at once, and in the end, Blake was safe at first.
Sometimes it's hard in that situation because your momentum is taking you off the bag to get the ball, and you catch it, and then it's going back the other way, and you have contact with the runner when you try to put the tag on it. It can be hard at times. I always think of Alex Rodriguez in the ALCS back in the day against Boston, knocking the ball out of the guy's glove, and then there is him. You see him trying to justify it to the umpire by saying that was his natural running motion, and of course,
it wasn't.
That was a load of crap, so to speak.
Alex Rodriguez about to be an NBA owner, if reports are to be believed today, as this breaking ball falls in for a strike.
Well, he's taking on a project because I don't think that there has been a team in my lifetime across the 4 major sports as consistently
weird as the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Yeah, they're almost never in the playoffs. They've had good players, and
that's close at first. That was a good move by Carmen, but diving in back safely is Blake.
Sorry to those at home who aren't interested in an NBA tangent, but it will be an exciting venture to watch for A-Rod. It's funny to see him and Jeter now both owning professional sports teams. And A-Rod did try to buy the Mets too, so he's wanted to do this for a while now, it seems like.
He's been looking, and I know I speak for Chicago White Sox fans at least when if he's owning a sports team rather than calling Sox games. I think a lot of people here in Chicago would be perfectly happy with that. Anyway, back to the action here at CUC. It's a 1-1 count from Cole Carmen. Here as he faces Brandon Bennett. Bennett swings and misses, strike 2. And diving back in again safely is Blake, but Carmen's keeping a close eye there on first base.
Yeah, and he's almost had him a couple of times, and I feel like I'm always here saying that when the Cougars attempt pickoffs, but they're not that one, but the 1-2 before then. The ump took a minute to make the call actually, and it was very close. He didn't have him, but I'm telling you, they're getting one today at some point.
The 1-2 pitch is off the knob of the bat, bounces to Vincent. He's going to try to throw from way deep in the hole at short, but it's an infield hit. Another one here. We've seen a couple today for Illinois Tech as they keep playing small ball, and they've got 2 men aboard here to start the 5th.
Yeah, that was a really weird hit. That didn't come off the bat in a very normal way.
Yeah, it was not clean contact at all. And that'll bring up the cleanup man, Ted Howell. A dangerous situation here for Cole Carmen to navigate. He's done well, though, under pressure so far today.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, he's dealing with a situation in which he has kept – they haven't left the infield with their hits, and he's got first and second, nobody out.
An error on a grounder to short, and then a well-placed ground ball Now this ball is lined into center field. Over to make the catch is Dewey. 2 is close to the infield for the runners to tag, and that's exactly what the Cougars needed, a quick out.
And that's what we love about baseball. That's the best contact they've made all inning, and it results in the first out for Cole Carmen, and now he's thinking maybe ground ball and I'm out of this inning.
Wouldn't that be ideal? As stepping in is Nick Bledsoe. Bledsoe has flown out to right and singled. One out here in the 5th, 2 men on for the Scarlet Hawks. Carmen checking the runner at second and delivering a fastball in the outside corner for strike 1.
And he definitely looked like he was trying to make work that low in the zone. And that ties back into the fact that a ground ball here would hopefully get him out of the inning.
They would hope so.
I don't want to say anything after what IIT has done with ground balls so far today.
This is flared down the line and right and foul. No, you're right. Well, although it would be a nice opportunity, though, for the Cougars defense to maybe redeem themselves a bit, rack up a double play, get out of the inning, and help their pitcher out.
Yeah, and I mean, and a lot hasn't even been on the defense as much as it's just been like that. There was the well-placed ball that he, on the bunt base hit, he booked it down the line.
Mm-hmm. Bounces have not gone the Cougars' way so far in this one. Still tied at 2, and an 0-2 pitch up coming. Up and in, ball 1. And now Michael Zavoli is going to go out to the mound to talk to Cole Carmen, the first time we've seen that today. Carmen making his 28th start as a Cougar, the senior, one of the captains on this team. Carmen from Littleton, Colorado. Howell, interestingly, the batter here. Oh, no, sorry, this is Bledsoe, the batter. I was going to say Howell's actually playing his 5th season. Man who flew out last time, taking advantage of the option to pick up an extra year of eligibility after last season's, significant shortening.
Right, no one,
This is fouled straight back by Bledsoe, 1-2.
Last year, I don't know off the top of my head how many games Illinois Tech played. I know that the Cougars played 10.
They played just 6, and they lost all of them, which is why it's even more interesting that they've started this season 5-1 in their first 6.
But you say that, and it makes sense why someone would want to come back. That's not, how you picture ending your college career as playing only 6 games and losing all of them. Yeah, maybe, they obviously things change year to year, but that is interesting to start 5-1.
And that's a strikeout from Cole Carmen. He blew that ball right by Nick Bledsoe as Cole gets his 4th K of the afternoon.
Yeah, he didn't mess around there at all. He just said, here's my fastball.
Try to hit it.
If you hit it, good for you. But I'm going to take my chances with my stuff, and blew it by him.
That'll bring up Claudio Labreco, and the Cougars looking to get out of an inning where they put the first 2 runners on. Can they be spared? 2 outs here in the top of the 5th. Labreco, the batter, has struck out and gotten to first on a bunt single. Takes in the dirt for ball 1.
Good job by Zavoli there, keeping that in front of him. The runner on second, Blake, was he did take 1 step toward third, but no more than that.
He was alert to the possibility. Carmen with a couple checks to second, the 1-0. Breaks into the zone, 1-1. And we've seen. Go ahead.
I was going to say, and I think you're going to say the same thing. The ability for him today to throw that pitch for a strike when he's really needed to get a strike. We've seen him use it on strike 1 to get ahead of hitters. Right there, he uses it not to fall behind 2-0.
The get me over breaking ball.
Yes, and thus far, IIT doesn't seem like they're coming up there looking for it.
No, not at all. And it's one of those pitches that you're taking a risk as a pitcher, because if you tell a hitter that pitch is coming, it's probably ending up on Division Street.
That's why you got to be careful with it. Use it at the right times.
1-1 count as this is flown way up in the air. Out of play on the left side. Might be playable for the Cougars, and it is to end the inning. The catch is made by Anderson. We're halfway home here in the first game of the doubleheader, and the Cougars and Scarlet Hawks are tied at 2. Niles Gall to lead off the home half of the fifth here.
Number 9, Niles Gall.
Gall in his first at bat popped out to second base. And he's swinging at the first pitch here, and he fouls that right off home plate and behind for strike 1.
Richardson again working quick.
Pitch number 61 on the day is way out in front of that one was Gall. But taking it off the bounce, I think there was the catcher Navarro. He's all right, but
Probably not the most pleasant experience for him.
no. I don't know if Niles Gall got a piece of it, and that increased the speed in which Navarro just got hit. But either way, never comfortable. Looks like he's going to be all right, though. He had a teammate quickly out of the dugout coming to check on him who was ushered away. The count is 0-2. And Richardson low and away for ball 1. 6 strikeouts so far today for Richardson through the first 4 innings. And he's got another one here. It's dropped as Navarro will have to throw down to first. He does for out number 1. And down swinging goes Niles Gall, the 7th strikeout victim of the day for the southpaw for Illinois Tech.
Up next for the Cougars, number 12, Howie Hatton.
We'll bring up Howie Hatton. Hatton has walked and singled in the game today. And as soon as the music stops, Richardson goes to work.
Yeah, I was
Down
actually
and in.
I was actually going to comment on that in the last at bat. I was going to say, well, Niles Gall's walk-up song isn't even over, and he's in the windup.
The 1-0 is low and inside, 2-0. So a nice spot here for Howie Hatton to try to get on base for the 3rd time today.
Really excelling in that leadoff role.
He has made it his own this season. The 2-0 is taken low and inside again, 3-0.
And the last 2 at-bats for him, he was 3-0 before, within 10 seconds of being at the plate, it feels like.
He's going to take a fastball right over the plate, 3-1. And you can see that Richardson's trying to pound Hatton low and inside, jam him up, and he hasn't been able to hit that spot on that corner. 3-1 pitch is low and outside this time. He does get that corner, and it's a full count. Good recovery by Richardson.
I could be thinking of someone else, but I'm pretty sure Hatton's last at-bat went this exact same way.
So here comes the 3-2. Hatton chopping it off himself, foul ball. The 3-2 again is blasted down the line and left, but well foul, as Hatton was just ahead of that pitch.
Down near where the track and field throwers compete.
And
outside.
that ball is away, ball 4. And Howie Hatton, working well again as a leadoff man, is on base for the 3rd time today, and that will bring up Bryce Vincent.
well, what more do you want out of your leadoff man than finding different ways to get on base, having a good at-bat there? Foul off a tough pitch on a full count, takes a walk.
Vincent steps in. He's singled and has popped up to short. First pitch swinging, hits it straight to short, could be two. To second for one, the turn to first is in time, double play, and that will end the inning. So a strong defensive play there from the Scarlet Hawks as they generate the double play ball. We'll head to the sixth, still tied at 2. We enter the 6th inning, tied at 2 here at the Thunderdome. Alex Campbell and Justin Bjorseth with you for Cougars baseball, the first game of a doubleheader today. Cole Carmen back to the mound for the Cougars, and stepping into the batter's box is number 6, Jacob Sorensen, who so far today has grounded back to the pitcher and laid down a sacrifice bunt. Delivery from Carmen is hit right up the middle. Carmen might have got a piece of it. Matt Uba has a play to make, and well done there. No! The ump at first calls him safe, and I thought for sure that Matt Uba's throw beat the runner.
Yeah, he got the call wrong, Alex. There's not really...
Colin Connor's out of his dugout, and he's going to go talk to the ump. There's no way he's he's safe at first base.
Yeah, there's no two ways about that one, and it's the human element of the game. You're going to get that at times, but that was an egregiously missed call. You can't have that.
No, because, this is going to be scored as an infield single, but Cole Carmen, I think, gets a piece of the ball to even make it playable for Matt Uba. That looked like it was headed into center field. Uba does well to get there and make the throw, and Colin Connor really can't do anything here. He doesn't have recourse. He can't challenge. He can't go to video. He can just give the ump a piece of his mind. So it's an infield single that wasn't to lead off the inning for Sorensen, who had certainly been thrown out at first.
Yeah, and
let's just hope it doesn't come back to bite the Cougars, because that would really be unfortunate. First pitch is a called strike in the outside corner to Zach Pacer. Pacer is 0 for 2, but he does have an RBI on a ground out in his last at bat.
And they'd use that. They could go for that ground out again because that ball was hit hard right at Matt Uba.
And swing and a miss there, changing speeds. Cole Carmen to get ahead 0-2.
And if he were able to get that right now, that's a double play ball waiting to happen.
Matt Uba would love another chance. Carmen throws over before an 0-2 pitch. Diving back in safely is Sorensen. Carmen throws over again, and again, Sorensen back safely. They're trying to prove you right, Justin. They're trying to eventually get that righty pitcher pickoff move that you keep waiting for.
And I don't hate it. I'd like to see him go right after the batter here on 0-2. It looks like Zavoli's setting up away. Now we have time, informally.
And another timeout taken here. This at-bat's gotten pretty choppy on the time. And now the umpire behind second base has a message for Cole Carmen.
Is it, I'm sorry that I
I was
blew the
gonna
call
say,
at first base?
I don't think Cole wants to hear anything the ump has to say at the moment. Count still sits at 0-2. We haven't seen a pitch in a while. And now here we go. Low and away, ball one.
Ump's now signaling 2-2. I don't remember another ball being thrown.
Neither do I, but this next pitch will be number 70 on the day. Excuse me, that was 70 then. This will be pitch number 71 today for Cole Carmen. The 2-2, runner goes and then stops. Swing and a miss. Zavoli gets the block. He'll go to... Wait a minute, what?
Well, first base is occupied, so he's out. Now the runner gets second base, unfortunately, on the pass ball.
He had taken off anyway, though, so that's neither here nor there. So no drop third strike. It is a K for Cole Carmen, his 5th on the day. And that's out number 1 of the inning. But the runner moves up to second, and stepping into the batter's box is the catcher, David Navarro.
Next for the Scarlet Hawks, number 9, Dave Navarro.
And it was a nice job there by Maynard to tell Zavoli not to throw to first.
Yeah, don't waste the throw. And Maynard's now in on the grass at first, preparing for another potential bunt as Carmen throws back to second base to keep Sorensen honest. Carmen again throwing back to second. It's got to be careful there. Vincent diving back with his glove to prevent that ball from going into center field.
An athletic play from Vincent, but the ball was in the spot that you want that to be there to get the tag while he's getting ready to dive back into the base. So he right there is right in the sweet spot. Vincent a little tangled up with the runner.
Still no pitch yet in the at-bat to Navarro. Here's one. It's in the dirt, 1-0. And Cole Carmen has managed danger, pretty well today. See if he can do so again here with 1 out and 1 on. The runner in scoring position here in the 6th. The 1-0 is high, 2-0.
That didn't look like too bad of a pitch from up here.
Navarro
definitely didn't miss by much.
Navarro today has grounded to second and been hit by a pitch. Sitting with a hitter's count at 2-0. The pitch is swung on and hits off the back of, I think, Cole Carmen's heel. And he does there's the smart thing there to recover that ball and calm everything down. And again, maybe lucky that it went off of him because that ball was destined for center field and would have been another run for IIT.
Well, IIT has hit the ball on the ground and good things have happened. In an era where, today's day and age, no one tries to hit the ball on the ground. And I'm not saying that they're necessarily making a point to try to do so, but they've created a lot of havoc and a lot of trouble simply by hitting the ball on the ground in the infield. And, that's not an error. That's not anything. That's just a really hard hit ball that you said destined for center field that happens to stay in the infield. And Carmen makes the smart play by not trying to force anything, knowing that the runner's over on third base.
That ball gets away from Zavoli. The runner is coming home and will score. And it's a 3-2 lead for IIT on the wild pitch. So wild pitch for Cole Carmen. He's in a tough spot now. Runner goes down to second. Still only 1 out in the inning. And Colin Connor is out of the dugout. And Colin Connor is going to have a conversation on the mound. Again, Connor is the former pitching coach before he became the head coach here at CUC.
He was the hitting coach, actually.
Oh, sorry, hitting coach.
Which is,
My bad.
a lot of times we see the pitching coach come out to talk to these pitchers, but I think that this was more of a head coach conversation.
Absolutely. Just
Calm him down a little bit.
calming your guy down. You got to run in on a wild pitch. And right now you just need to limit the damage. Back to the top of the order now, and this is Michael Courtney for the 4th time today, facing Cole Carmen. He has popped out, singled, and struck out.
And it's a shame because that runner really shouldn't have been on base.
And we talked about things coming back to bite the Cougars, and the runner who just scored, Sorensen, was out at first base without a doubt on that play by Matt Uba. And he comes around to score. And I'm sure at some point, maybe it's between games, Colin Connor's going to have more to say to these umpires, especially if this ends up being consequential to the result. The 1-0 to Courtney is taken on the outside corner for strike one.
He needed that one.
Absolutely. Get that fastball over the plate. Take a deep breath. As stepping out of the batter's box is Courtney. And the ump wants to correct the count. 2-1. Actually, forgot about that pitch because the wild pitch was actually to Courtney. That was the first pitch of the at-bat.
Yeah, easy for the ball on that to get lost in the.
As this is down the right field line, near the
Man,
line,
these
making
things-
a diving attempt there was Niles Gall.
Didn't see how that ended. It did not end in him catching it, but had he caught that, the way that the last thing I saw was him lay out, that would have been
an incredible catch.
That would have been one of the best catches I've ever seen, and he did a full layout, full extension down near the Cougar bullpen, and I imagine came up just short because the runner on second base went back to as if to tag if that ball was going to be caught, and he even started taking off. So for a second, I thought that he caught it.
2-2 count here. 1 out in the 6th. 1 run is already in. IIT leads 3-2 as that's down and in. Well done by Zavoli to block that. Carmen's had a lot of dirty pitches today. And Zavoli's been busy.
Could be part of the reason why we've seen so many ground balls off the bat of the Scarlet Hawks.
Yep, Carmen working low in the zone primarily today. Full count here with 1 out in the 6th. The pitch is into center field, a base hit, and coming around to score is Navarro. It's 4-2 Illinois Tech on the RBI single.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. That ball barely got over.
For the Scarlet Hawks, number 7, Connor Blake.
Barely got over Bryce Vincent's mitt, and that's a double play if he catches that.
Absolutely. There is action down in the Cougars bullpen. I can't see who it is. It's a right-handed pitcher warming up.
So a great effort by Vincent. Almost
got
a
that.
totally different play, but that ball was hit very hard. And
that ball hit hard as well. Lined down the first base line and foul by Connor Blake. Blake today has flown out to center, struck out looking, and reached on an error. But how different this inning could have been in a couple of instances. Carmen throws over to first as Courtney slides in safely.
you mentioned after the game maybe saying something to the umpires. I don't know if it might happen after this inning with.
This is lined into right field, and making the play is
into
Gall.
lead two.
Trying to get back to first base for a double play. It's very close and safe.
Now, that time he was safe, but that was really close. It looked like he had a really poor read on that ball.
Yeah, that was risky, and Niles Gall had a shot at him and made the right throw, made a good throw. It's 2 outs here in the 6th inning. 4-2, IIT leads.
Oh, wait.
And that will bring up Brandon Bennett.
Up next for the Scarlet Hawks, number 3, Brandon Bennett.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty obvious off the bat that was going to be caught. I don't think he realized how quick that Gall was going to get the ball back in.
I agree.
That was a great throw to Maynard at first and almost had him. Would have been a nice unconventional double play to get the Cougars out of this long sixth inning here.
That's just wide, maybe a little high as well from Carmen. 1-0. Carmen over to first again, sliding in is Courtney, who's been over there for a while now. Or at least what's felt like a while.
This has not been the fastest inning of the day, to say the least.
Certainly not. 2 runs scored this inning for IIT to take the lead. The 1-0 pitch is again hammered down the line foul.
Some fans outside the gate over there, outside the fence. Get a temporary souvenir, and he tried to throw it back over the fence and did not make it. So now he's got to pick it up and try again.
1-1 count up coming here to Cole Carmen on what will be pitch number 81. But we'll have to wait for that. Action in both bullpens now. Just on the left field line, I can see Roberto Carcelli warming up for the Scarlet Hawks. The 1-1 is in the left center field. It's going to be down for a base hit and go all the way to the wall. Another run will score as Courtney comes in to score all the way from first. It's an RBI double for Bennett, and the inning continues with another run for the Scarlet Hawks.
Yeah, that's just finding a gap. That's just hitting a gap. That's one of the best hits that Illinois Tech has had all day, just in terms of actually smoking one to the outfield and getting it past the Cougar defenders.
That brings up the cleanup hitter, Ted Howell. Howell today reached on an air, popped up to second, and flew out to center so far. So he will feel he's due. Carmen looking to keep him in check. Howell swinging in front of that pitch down the line and left foul.
And the contact has gotten a lot harder the fourth time through the order here.
Yep. Not a great sign for the Cougars. Carmen just looking to get out of this frame without any further damage. The 0-1 is fouled down the left again, strike 2. So a chance here for the Cougars to get out of the inning. An 0-2 pitch upcoming.
And you know that they want a chance to win this game with their bats, and they're definitely capable of doing that.
Absolutely. The 0-2 from Carmen is high in the air, deep right center field. This ball is back to the wall, and it's gone. A 2-run home run. Opposite field home run for Ted Howell. His first of the year, the 11th of his career. And it's 7-2 Illinois Tech. One strike away from getting out of the inning, and suddenly there's 2 more runs on the board.
Yeah, that's certainly not ideal. I think that goes without saying. But, yeah, there's baseball is a game of momentum, and, I hate to still harp on this, but a lot of this comes back to the first batter of the inning being awarded first base for what was a ground out. It kind of feels to me like that has lingered maybe just a little bit, because that was the kind of break that you're looking for if you're Illinois Tech and you're playing on the road for the first time this year, and it's a tie game. The bats, you haven't really seen much power displayed or anything from them today until this inning, and that's the kind of thing that can kind of change the course of a game. And unfortunately, we're kind of seeing that on display this inning.
It's impossible to say exactly how big of an impact mentally that call at first base has had. But 5 runs are in this inning as it's now 2-1 to the batter, Nick Bledsoe. Bledsoe in this game has flown to right, singled, and struck out. The 2-1 pitch is fouled off. 2-2. Another 2-strike opportunity for Carmen and the Cougars to get out of what's been an inning to forget here in the 6th. The 2-2 is up and in, full count.
I think you're just going to see him here. Either you're going to see a big breaking pitch or he's going to lean back and throw his best fastball that he can and try to get out of this inning without any more pitches, any more damage. It is the fastball.
Fastball fouled off out of play. Count stays full. It's number 51, Wyatt McLaughlin, who's been on new baseball duty today, running out from the Cougars dugout. Another 3-2 upcoming from Cole Carmen. And this is a fly ball into right field, playable for Niles Gall. Gall sliding over. He will make the catch for out number 3, but not before IIT puts 5 runs up on the board. We'll go to the home half of the 6th. The Cougars trail by 5. Bottom of the 6th coming up here. New pitcher in the game for Illinois Tech. Senior Roberto Carcelli, making his 4th appearance of the season. He's got a 5.19 ERA, 10 Ks, and 5 walks. This is his 30th appearance in total for IIT as Gary Maynard almost gets hit again.
And I'm going to imagine, without having done too much research into the IIT bullpen, that the Cougars are going to be seeing their shutdown guys.
This is a ground ball to shortstop. Bobbled, fielded, still a chance. The throw is a little late, and Ump says he's safe.
Well,
I think the first baseman's foot might have just been pulled off the bag there at the end as he stretched for that throw, and a close call at first goes the Cougars' way.
Up next for the Cougars, number 8, Brody Mariotti.
Hard to know to call that an infield single or an error on the shortstop, but Mariotti steps in, is immediately swinging away. That's a foul ball out of play to the right, strike 1. So, Justin, are we calling that an error or a single?
Yeah, for those at home who may be following on the live stats, I am ruling that a single. It was a hard hit ball. It was a tough play. Maybe that's one thing. Maybe that's when we go back and change later.
We're going to give Gary some credit. Mariotti swinging again. He's popped this one up on the infield, shallow right. Shifting over and making the catch is the second baseman, Bennett, and Mariotti pops out.
Well, I think Gary's worn a lot of pitches this year for this team, so.
Up next for the Cougars,
And a quiet day so far for Brody Mariotti. 3 trips and not on base yet.
The current reigning NAC South Offensive Player of the Week. But
And you wonder, we've seen this, sorry to cut you off there, with the White Sox and Jose Abreu. Some guys who can play first base or sometimes DH, there is a rhythm you get into when you're playing in the field. Maybe you're just more used to that. Maybe you just feel more comfortable at the plate when you're out on defense in the other half of the innings. So we'll have to see if Brody returns to first base in the second game today. Throw over from Carcelli as diving back in is Maynard.
Yeah, there are guys who will say, I don't want to. Like, look at Albert Pujols still plays first base, and that might be a little bit more of a unique situation because of they can't put Shohei Ohtani in the field, certainly. You don't want your pitcher getting hurt running after a ball in the outfield, so he has to DH, so the lineup is structured such that Pujols is playing first. But, he certainly doesn't need to be doing that at this point in his career, but he probably does like being out there. There is something about feeling as though you're involved in every aspect of the game.
For sure. Matt Uba today is 0 for 2. He has grounded out twice. It's interesting to see the way this game has gone. Yes, now you've got a big lead for IIT, but even going into that last inning, they hit their 4th time through the order, and the Cougars only midway through their 3rd rotation. Haven't been a whole lot of base runners today, but Uba's going to find a gap on the left side of the infield in the left for a base hit, and there's 2 men aboard for CUC as they look to respond here in the 6th.
Uba does what Uba does, which is hit it where the defenders aren't, and he did a great job of it there. There was a big hole at shortstop. They had him shifted around pretty well, and he beat the shift, which is something you see a lot of MLB players who aren't able to do that, who aren't, as a lefty, able to do the simplest task of hitting the ball through the hole at short.
Caleb Anderson will be glad to see that Richardson is not on the bump anymore. He struck out twice against him in this game, and he takes ball 1. Richardson probably happy as well to see a right-handed pitcher on the mound now. Anderson, excuse me. Lucky that Richardson is gone. The 1-0 is on the outside corner.
And we just saw it with Uba taking advantage of having a righty out there. Lefties don't usually enjoy. You have your Anthony Rizzos of the world, and lefties who actually prefer to mash off left-handed pitching.
So
James
again,
Paxton
the
with the Mariners, who's now done for the year, but his numbers are actually worse when he faces lefties than when he faces righties. But that's an outlier.
The dog in the stands says hello as Anderson lines this one foul for strike 2.
Good job to stay alive by Anderson there. And, he's probably got his eye on that same gap that Matt Uba just exploited.
Absolutely, because looking at the defense right now, Bledsoe, the shortstop, is helping cover Maynard leading off second base. There's a huge hole on the left side of the infield right now as he shifts back over to cover it. And this is hit in the left field and fairly shallow. The catch is made by Sorensen for out number 2.
And off the bat, I thought
that looked better than it ended up off the bat.
I thought that was a little bit more of a gapper off the bat.
Up next
But
for the Cougars, number 1, Mike Zavoli.
That'll bring up Michael Zavoli. Zavoli today with a strikeout, and last time up hit a solo home run for the Cougars' 2nd run of the game.
And he flips around to hit from the left-handed side of the plate here.
Man, could they use another big fly from Zavoli right here?
Yeah, they'll get him right back in the game. You want to take them one at a time, but there reaches a point where there's 2 outs, and
that ball gets away from the catcher. Good heads-up base running from CUC. No force outs. They get to 2nd and 3rd. That could be huge here for Zavoli.
Yeah, that was a nice, really great read by Maynard there. He never took his eyes off the catcher that entire way, and because of that, we now have 2 runners in scoring position for CUC.
Big breaking ball, called a ball, so that makes the count 2-0.
And he probably doesn't want to hang one like that again.
Probably not. I thought it was going to get called a strike. As that's on the inside corner. Zavoli's not so sure. 2-1. Two on count, 2 outs, runners in scoring position, and a chance for the Cougars to make up some ground. that is in the dirt and past the catcher. And Gary Maynard thought about it, but the ball did not trickle far enough away, I should say, from the catcher to make it worth the attempt.
Yeah, Zavoli gave him the hold sign. Maynard had a really good read on it. He was off and running. If he was going to, it did not get very far away from the catcher, but he was ready to make a play out of it. But probably safe for now to roll with the 3-1 count and one of your best hitters on the day up at the plate.
Zavoli takes high for ball 4.
A catcher's eye.
So the bases are loaded now for the Cougars, and that will bring to the plate a man who's also homered today, Nathan Dewey.
Up next for the Cougars, number 40, Nathan Dewey.
Dewey with a home run and a strikeout today. And a big, big at bat right here. Cougars trail by 5, but that could all change very quickly as the first pitch to Dewey is low and outside for ball 1.
No action in the IIT bullpen. This inning looks like it will belong to Carcel. Or what was the pronunciation?
Carcelli.
Carcelli.
Carcelli, a senior from Lewis Center, Ohio, which I can't say I know where in Ohio that is, despite having lived in the state for a bit after college. And this is lined right center field. This is going to go to the wall and clear the bases. Dewey's headed for second. Everyone's coming home. Dewey will have a stand-up 3 RBI double. What a huge hit for the Cougars.
And now their bench is coming alive. The crowd here is coming to life. And we talked about last inning about baseball being a game of momentum. Well, there you have it.
Up next for the Cougars, number 9, Niles Gall.
So just like that, we have a 2-run baseball game. Offense is exploding here in the 6th inning for 8 total runs so far. 2 outs now in the home half, and the Cougars are looking for more as Niles Gall comes to the plate. He has popped out and struck out today.
And what a day for Nathan Dewey.
Absolutely. Your first career home run, and then the next, well, not the next time up, but later in the game, you have a 3 RBI double.
Right when you need it, right when they've needed it most, too.
Good day at the office for 40 in maroon. This is thrown back to second. Could be trouble. And Dewey just got called safe. And I don't want to say it was a makeup call. But
I'll say that. Look, either he's having a hard time seeing the game in front of him today, or that was a makeup call because he was out.
Perfect. Dewey's hand went into the defender's glove. You could not have a more perfect pickoff to second base than what we just saw. That's out number 3. Can karma come in the Cougars' favor now? You could argue they're owed a run.
Oh, absolutely. And if they, all you could do is smile here if they manage to push one across and get it back because
if Dewey
of
scores,
what happened last inning.
It would feel like justice if Dewey came around to score here. The pitch to Gall, swing and a miss, strike 2.
Yeah, no doubt a break as of now for CUC there because and again we're not down on the field. We're not saying we have these calls perfect, but
my vision
we can
is okay.
see enough, to know. Yeah, he looked like he was probably out there.
So the 1-2 pitch is wide, ball 2.
And he threw that pitch as if the batter wasn't. He looked like he was only concerned with Dewey when he threw that pitch, and that is why it got so far away from him. He's got, you got 2 strikes, 2 outs. You want to go get the batter.
Absolutely.
Especially considering you already have your, and it's got to be frustrating because he knows he had the successful pickoff. I mean, the shortstop was running off the field.
Because he knew he had him dead to rights. But the inning continues. 2-2 count, 2 outs, runner on second. And man, Carcelli is really preoccupied with Dewey there at second base right now, which might be a good thing if you're Niles Gall at home plate.
Usually is.
Will we finally see the 2-2 pitch? We will. And Gall takes in the dirt, ball 3. Oh, man, this is risky. Running to third. He's out this time. And that ends the inning. Dewey gets aggressive, but 3 runs come home on a bases-clearing double. We'll head to the 7th, and the Cougars trail by 2. Seventh inning now here at the Thunderdome, the first of two games today. It's a 7-5 lead for IIT after a big sixth inning for both offenses. That is strike one delivered by the Cougars reliever, number 38, Zach Litke, a junior from Oak Lawn. Litke making his sixth appearance of the season. He has thrown 5 1/3 innings on the year. Second pitch is on the outside corner, 0-2.
Well, he's got to live there all day if he's going to be getting that call. And
yeah, that was generous. Though that outside corner's been there a bit all day today.
yeah, it's been on and off.
0-2 from Litke is in that same spot. Fastball outside corner. Strike three looking, one down in the seventh.
Why would you throw anywhere else? It's not an appealing pitch to hit at all. If the best thing you can do with that is on an 0-2 pitch, kind of foul it off and have a defensive swing. I mean, unless you have a nice approach and you're coming up there looking to hit one the opposite way for a single.
Litke first pitch down and in as he faces Jacob Sorensen. Sorensen, who last time up singled and came around to score. Or I should say singled with some quotation marks around it because he was the man thrown out at first base. And he's lined this one up the middle, but it will hang in the air for Vincent for out number 2.
Now to bat number 17, Zach Pacer.
That'll bring up Zach Pacer. Pacer is 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts, but again did have an RBI on a ground ball. Litke working quickly here in the 7th. Fouled off by Pacer, 0-1.
And he continues to throw for the outside part of the plate.
Why not?
Why not? And you see the result there even when they do swing. And you want them to be at a point where they're not waiting for a pitch that isn't there because they know that's where he's working.
This one is fouled off down the third base line, and quickly it's 0-2, just 6 pitches into the inning, and Litke's 1 strike away from already sitting back down.
Well, this is what you want following a big inning from them, and then UFCUC battle back. You can't really afford to let IIT hang another crooked number here.
Litke off the outside corner with a breaking pitch.
From momentum's sake and from, the fact that we're already into the 7th inning here.
Yeah, and the bats want to get right back out there.
Yeah, you have an inning like that. And
1-2 count is fouled off on a pitch that almost hit the batter, Zach Pacer, but it'll stay 1-2.
The battle is Zach's.
Another 1-2 count here. The pitch is popped up straight behind home plate, but out of play. Wait for a noise. Not coming, so it's flown over our press box. Still waiting for one to get hit back here this year.
Yeah, I'm actually a little surprised that we haven't had that big
thud
as it lands on the roof.
Another 1-2 pitch here from Litke. In the dirt, ball 2. Good block by Zavoli. Not that it would matter with the bases empty.
Still a good habit to develop, though, as a catcher. You don't want any balls getting by.
The 2-2.
Yes, he did.
Is taken for strike 3, and a good inning there for Zach Litke. 1-2-3, he sets down the Scarlet Hawks. 7th inning stretch time here at the Thunderdome. The Cougars looking to tie things up in the bottom half. Home half of the 7th here at the Thunderdome. Alex Campbell and Justin Bjorseth with you for Cougars baseball. And Niles Gall, who ended the last inning standing in the batter's box, is back there again after Gary Maynard was thrown out at third base attempting to steal. And the pitcher still in the game is Carcelli, and he throws strike one to Gall. And Carcelli also proving to be a quick worker. Gall trying to throw down the bunt, fouls it away 0-2.
And we appreciate up here, we appreciate pitchers who work quick.
Yes.
That's for sure. And it seems that might be an
IIT theme?
Yeah, a team approach for the Scarlet Hawks.
That said, though, we would appreciate him having to work a bit longer in this inning for the Cougars to get the lead back.
Absolutely.
Gall takes high, ball one.
If he has to throw 50 pitches this inning, then
so be it.
That's
ball is blown away. Ball two.
We're not going to complain about that.
Although I'd like to think that within 50 pitches, the Cougars could get a few runs
yeah.
and we could slow things up a bit.
50 pitches is a.
This is popped up behind
inning.
Home plate.
Are we finally going to get it? No.
It hits the track around the football field over what would be our left shoulder.
A few of the fans over to that side thought they might be
in the danger zone,
getting a souvenir, yeah, or in the danger zone, yeah. It's either excitement or fear.
2-2
no in between.
Is high and wide, full count worked by Gall. Niles today has popped out to second and struck out. The 3-2 pitch. Fouled off again.
This one way back. And you start to understand a little bit more why they don't like to have events going on over at the football stadium at the same time as a baseball game over here.
Another 3-2 is taken for strike three. A nice breaking ball there from Carcelli. Nabs the inside corner. Not much that Gall could have done with that pitch.
Yeah, and I think he knew it. And,
that brings up the top of the order. Howie Hatton.
It's a tough spot on a 3-2 pitch like that because you really don't want it, but you're not going to do much with it. You take it, see what the call is, but I think he knew it was a strike.
Howie's been on base all 3 times today. He has walked twice and singled as he takes strike one on the outside corner.
And if he gets on.
As he chops this one to third, and that was a tough play. The bounce just totally eats up the third baseman, Connor Blake. And for the 4th time today, Howie's aboard, and I don't even think that ball ends up hitting Blake. He gets that awkward bounce off the intersection of the grass and the dirt, and nothing he could have done.
No, and that's not even one of those old adage like, oh, we'll just put your body in front of it, But
he did that.
It just simply was a Cougars bounce, and now the tying runs at the plate with the meat of the order coming up for CUC.
Vincent stepping in and swinging at the first pitch. He's going to foul this off over the Cougar dugout 0-1.
Could be the kind of break they've been waiting for all afternoon.
Absolutely. Carcelli comes set. The 0-1. Check swing by Vincent. And the umpire out by second base is going to say that Bryce Vincent swang. And Bryce Vincent is thinking what I'm thinking.
Yeah,
and in nice, maybe in as kind as I can put it, there is no way you saw that accurately.
And, rough day out there.
I mean, it was close. I don't think he went. And, again, why the home plate umpire is delegating to someone with a worse view, I don't understand, is that's a defensive swing from Vincent, and the ball goes foul.
Yeah,
we'll stay 0-2, but what?
Yeah, I look, the appeal is one thing when the ump is standing at first or third base and has a clear view, in to the plate.
It's like, hey, what did you think of that thing that you also did not have a good view of?
Yeah, and you don't even know in that situation if he's necessarily was even looking for it on the pitch, if he even thought about it.
Anyway, Vincent still at the plate, counts 0-2 as Carcelli throws over to first again to check on Hatton. And that is inside, 1-2 to Vincent.
He wasn't too quick to get out of the way of that one.
Bryce
on an 0-2 pitch.
No, Bryce today has singled, popped out, and grounded into a double play. Could be another one here. Shortstop to second for one. Turning, no, he didn't have the exchange. So Howie Hatton's out at second base, but the second baseman, Bennett, not able to make the transition. And so it will be a fielder's choice and out number 2. So that'll bring up Gary Maynard, hitting in the 3 spot today. Gary has struck out, been hit by a pitch, and singled. And that looked like a strike, but wasn't called one. Ball 1. That one is a strike, though, on a breaking ball. 1-1.
Maynard does have the power to tie this game. He's got a couple home runs on the year.
Absolutely is. Throwing over to first again is Carcelli to check on now Bryce Vincent, the resident of first base. And Maynard almost gets hit by that pitch, but it breaks into the zone for strike 2. Gary does stand very close to the plate.
Had a little bit of the inside corner. He had a lot of movement.
Absolutely. We've seen that breaking ball quite a bit. And that one is off the head, a fastball. And Gary Maynard gets hit by a lot of pitches, in part because he stands very close to home plate. That one, though, just off his head. And it's good to see that Gary looks okay, because that was tough.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with where he's standing or what he's doing at the plate. That how he manages to be hit so often, it blows my mind. That pitch, though, that's 100%. The pitcher didn't have control of that, leaving his hand.
And we got a pitching coach, I think, coming out to have a discussion here because Brody Mariotti has not had his best day at the plate, but he is still an incredibly dangerous hitter. And as the go-ahead run right now here in this 7th inning, this is a situation that if you are the Scarlet Hawks, you know you need to approach delicately. Brody Mariotti today has struck out, grounded out, and popped out. He's due.
And you obviously can't put him on for a variety of reasons, but you have a great contact hitter and Matt Uba waiting to hit behind him. You don't want him coming to the plate if you're IIT with the tying run on second base and runners running on contact, because that is sort of asking for trouble. So it's got to be. I don't think he's going to get he's not going to be pitched around, but he's not going to get a pitch to hit.
Fastball on the outside corner for strike 1. There's a couple guys starting to wander around the bullpen for IIT, but no one throwing at the moment.
Yeah, getting loosened up out there.
2 outs here in the 7th. Cougars looking to shrink or eliminate the lead as Mariotti fouls that off for strike 2.
Big cut there, but now you wonder if he goes to more of the approach of knowing that it's important to him to extend this inning.
The 0-2 is a fly ball in the left center field. Over to make the play and making the catch is Navarro. So the Cougars threaten but do not strike here in the 7th. We'll head to the 8th, 7-5, Scarlet Hawks. Eighth inning here at the Thunderdome in the first of 2 games today. 7-5, Illinois Tech leads, and Navarro will lead it off here in the 8th, again to face Zach Litke, who made very quick work of the 3 batters he saw in the 7th. First pitch of the inning is a fastball high, ball 1.
Misses again inside there.
Ball 2, and suddenly Litke behind 2-0 in this count. The 2-0 is low, ball 3. Navarro today, a ground out, hit by a pitch and a single. 3-0. Strike 1.
Navarro was taking all the way there. 9-hitter in the Scarlet Hawks order.
Absolutely. 3-1 count. Litke's pitch is fouled straight back. Full count. And good concentration there from Litke to work this thing back.
Yeah, good on him for not, losing control when he goes 3-0. There's a reason they give you 4.
Full count. Litke's pitch is just outside, ball 4.
And that one really could have gone either way. I thought that was a really nice spot on a 3-2 pitch.
I agree. I think that's about where you want to throw it, and the ump said it was just off the plate. Litke, I think, with a quick conversation there with the second base umpire. And that's going to bring up Courtney. Courtney with an RBI single his last time to the plate. And Zach Litke could use a ground ball right here. Will we see? I mean, Courtney's the leadoff hitter, so he's going to want to swing away, but would it make sense for him to bunt here as a breaking ball is over for strike 1?
Yeah, it depends on how much value IIT is putting in that extra insurance run that's standing on first base right now. If the only priority is to get him home, you might think about bunting.
But again, you've got a guy at the plate who's got 2 hits in the game, so do you let him swing away?
Yeah, I think, you're at the top of the order. You're fortunate you have the top of the order coming up and there's already a man on base. I think you might play for the big inning.
As this is drilled deep right field, drifting back is Niles Gall. He will make the play. Navarro somehow thought about tagging. That would not have been a very smart play, but it's out number 1 on a deep fly ball.
Whatever.
Number 7, Connor Blake.
That's twice now that I think that IIT has been surprised by Gall's arm out there and right, because that was a tremendous throw to get that back into second base.
That'll bring up Connor Blake. Blake, a flyout, a strikeout, an error that he reached on, and another flyout. So he doesn't have a hit technically yet today. 1 out here in the 8th. Just inside, ball 1. And so we've seen the zone from this umpire, Justin, in game 1. That inside corner strike is not there, but the outside corner strike to right-handed hitters has been.
Yeah, it has, and not much doing for the pitchers trying to work these guys in, like you mentioned. And we see Zavoli going back towards the outer half of the plate here.
The 1-0 is again on the inside, but I think that pitch was more high than it was off the plate.
Yeah, and a lot of the times, too, we talked about it. It's the same kind of deal as a catcher not holding onto the ball. Zavoli was set up kind of low and away, and that ended up a little bit up and in. And so if the ump sees the catcher move that much, might not get the call.
The 2-0 is in the dirt, ball 3. But we saw Litke work back from a full count earlier in this inning, only to eventually issue the walk.
See here if he can change the fate of that.
No one active right now in the Cougars bullpen.
Not surprising with the inning Litke had in the 7th.
Absolutely, but it looks like they're expecting him to also finish the 8th and not have to go to anyone else, as that fastball's on the outside corner for strike 1.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how these 4-game series essentially are managed in terms of the pitching, because you're not only thinking, well, I need my guys for later on in the second game potentially, but how many pitchers are you going to let Illinois Tech see, knowing that you're playing them 2 times again tomorrow?
Litke throws over to first, and Maynard does well to pick that ball out of the dirt. Lidke with a 3-1 upcoming here to Blake. Navarro, the man at first base. The 3-1 is swung on and absolutely clobbered to center field. Deepest part of the park, though, and over to make the catch for out number 2 is Nathan Dewey. And Justin, off the bat, I thought that ball might be trouble.
That's just a loud out. It is very deep out there, and the wall being very high doesn't help the perception of it either. But, nothing more than a loud out, and now we have Lidke 1 out away from getting out of this inning, turning it back over to the offense, which is what we've seen from them this year. We know that they are anything besides ready to roll over. They're going to fight to the final out. We saw a little bit of a rally last inning. No runs were produced, but in that Cougar dugout there thinking, just give us the chance on offense and we'll deliver.
Lidke keeping tabs on the runner at first, Navarro. And now calling for timeout at the plate is Bennett. Bennett today, a walk, an RBI on an error, a single, and an RBI double. So he's had a good, productive day here at the plate today. Bennett takes strike 1. Throw over to first. Navarro.
Almost caught him leaning the wrong way on that.
Just about. Count 0-1 to Bennett. Check swing, ball 1. A slow burn this at bat with 2 outs. Runner goes. Zavoli will throw down to second. It's a perfect throw, and he got him. What a play, Michael Zavoli. Navarro got clotheslined a bit, though. I hope he's okay down at second. He has stayed down for the moment. Bryce Vincent swiped the tag, and I think Navarro's face slid right into Vincent's glove. Either way, it's out number 3. We'll head to the home half of the 8th. Cougars have 2 more cracks at this. They trail by 2. Home half of the 8th here for the Cougars. 2 runs behind, and they've got 2 more at-bats to fix it. Matt Uba comes to the plate to lead off the inning. Uba has grounded out twice and singled.
Alex, we talked about it at the brief break there. That throw from Zavoli was awesome. With the break, the jump that Navarro had, I thought there wasn't. I almost thought he wasn't even going to throw down. He had one spot to put that, and he did it perfectly.
Nice breaking ball there from the pitcher. It's still Carcelli out there on the mound for the Scarlet Hawks. And Uba pops this ball up down the third base line. Might be playable. It's near the dugout, onto the tarp, and making the catch. What a play. That's number 7, Connor Blake, reaching up onto the tarp and snagging that ball out of the air for out number 1.
Now to bat, number 25, Caleb Anderson.
Yeah, the concentration when you're running over there and he's feeling and he knows the tarp's there. It's almost like a railing to a dugout, and you just kind of find it and stay there and got underneath it. A nice play for sure. Unfortunate for Uba.
And Caleb Anderson swings at the first pitch and pops it straight in the air behind home plate. Navarro going back, and it will land on the bleachers.
Right down the steps it went.
Anderson
no one
today,
was eager to make a play on it.
Caleb today, 2 strikeouts and a fly out to left. No one in the crowd looked too bothered about it.
No, no one flinched. It didn't really come close to anyone, but no one was jumping out of their seat to make a play.
No, there's that nice breaking ball from Carcelli. Now he's ahead 0-2 against Anderson. The 0-2 is chopped foul. Another 0-2 is popped up again. This one looks like it's going to stay playable. No, it's not. It's in the stands again.
Right into the lap of a fan.
On one bounce. Again, it's as if everyone sees the ball go up out of play and forgets that it has to come down.
Well, those were two of the first ones all year.
Right.
That we just talked about how we haven't had one land up here. They all go behind us. So those are the two of the first all year that I've seen land on the bleachers like that.
Another 0-2 pitch is swung on and missed. Strike 3 for out number 2.
Now to bat, number 1, Michael Zavoli.
And here comes the man who had that awesome throw to end last inning. Zavoli. 2 outs here in the 8th.
And if he manages to get on here, then Nathan Dewey, who has had as big a day as any Cougar, will come to the plate representing the tying run here in the 8th. So
Zavoli swings and misses at strike 1 on an off-speed pitch from Carcelli. The 0-1 is swung on and missed again, off-speed again, as Zavoli took a big cut at that one, but he's down 0-2.
Yeah, down to one knee there. Just a little bit of a string pulled on him.
The 0-2 from Carcelli is a fastball way up and out of the zone for ball 1. The 1-2 is lifted high in the air, right field. The right fielder tripped for a moment, but he gets back to his feet and is able to make the play. So we will head to the 9th. The Cougars trail by 2 here in Game 1 of today's doubleheader. Ninth inning here at the Thunderdome.
Now at number 3, Brandon Bennett.
IIT leads by 2. Zach Litke back to the mound here, it appears. I'm going to double check on that in a second.
It is Litke.
Litke back on the bump and starts off with a breaking ball for strike 1. And that pitch looked pretty good near the outside corner. Low outside corner, I should say, but it just misses. Ball 1. As Bennett fouls that off down the third base line, 1 and 2. Bennett today a walk, reached on an error, a single, and an RBI double. As I mentioned, as he was at the plate last inning, I should say, when Zavoli threw out the runner at second. That's ball 2, 2 and 2.
I think Litke got pinched a little on that one. It might have been a little up, but that looked like a pretty good pitch.
The 2-2 is outside. Full count. The bullpen is empty to start the 9th. Cougars hoping they can get through this game with just 2 pitchers. The 3-2. Grounded to second base. Uba to first for the out. 1 down in the 9th.
Now to bat, number 28, Ted Howell.
That'll bring up the cleanup man, Ted Howell, who had a 2-run home run his last trip.
Litke so far has done what the Cougars have asked of him, which is, hey, come out and throw up some zeros and keep us in this game as much as possible.
Big test here, though, with Howell, who fouls off the first pitch, strike 1. Howell, the man who really broke this game open, or felt like it, when he added to run 6 and 7. The 0-1. He's in the dirt, ball 1. Credit to Zavoli for holding that for some reason, as if it could be a strike bounced off the dirt.
Hey, I mean, we've seen some wacky calls today. You never know if you're going to fool the umpire. I think the batter kind of laughed at him about it just now.
1 and 1.
Nice try.
Howell falls it into his own dugout, 1 and 2. The bullpen is quiet right now for IIT, so I assume we're going to see Carcelli back out there for the 9th.
And he's going to have 8, 9, and 1 in the Cougar order, which is scheduled to be Dewey, Gall, and Howie Hatton. Though we do never know with pinch hitting in the 9th inning what could happen. I can't imagine that Dewey will be hit for, considering the day that he has had.
2-2 here from Litke. Is fouled again toward the visiting dugout. Hopefully everyone's okay down there. That ball was sharply hit. Count stays 2 and 2. Another 2-2 pitch. Hits him. And so a man aboard in the 9th for the Scarlet Hawks.
It looks like Litke just kind of lost that one out of his hand.
Now to bat, number 14, Nick Bledsoe.
Got away from him a little bit.
That'll bring up Nick Bledsoe. Bledsoe today has flown to right twice, singled and struck out. Howell the man at first, 1 down in the 9th. Litke delivers high, ball 1. High again, 2-0. And Litke's got to be careful here. You mentioned, Justin, he's put up a couple of zeros. That's what he's been asked to do. But he's got to keep the Cougars within striking distance here for the bottom of the 9th.
Yeah, absolutely. Every run feels like almost a touchdown here when you're dealing with a 2-run game in the 9th.
It's a fastball in the outside corner, strike 1. 2-1 pitch. Ball 3. Litke clearly trying to keep things up in the zone here to Bledsoe, which is a little surprising that that's where we've seen all these pitches rather than trying to induce a ground ball.
Yeah, I was thinking that myself, actually, a little surprised by him working up in the zone. But, he has spots where he's comfortable, and he knows where the hitter's comfortable.
That's a strike. Another fastball in the outside corner. Bledsoe had started to walk to first base.
Bledsoe assumed the walk, but that was a strike. That was over the plate. It had the outer part. And maybe Litke will go right back here this time. Looks like Zavoli's calling for it out there.
Big pitch here. And the umpire will call time.
Leave everyone in suspense a little bit.
Just a bit. Now the 3-2 is swung on and absolutely clobbered to deep left field. Drifting back, Hatton on the track makes the catch. Howie Hatton got to the wall there, and a big sigh of relief here for the Cougar fans in attendance as off the bat, that looked like trouble.
Yeah. We've become so accustomed to in the last few games here, seeing balls carry out to left field, and that one had a lot on it. It took Hatton all the way back to the wall, like you said. He did a good job of finding the wall and establishing his position out there.
And we've got our first pinch hitter of the day. Labreco has been pinch hit for, and Matt Jackson steps into the batter's box. 3 for 9 this season with a home run and 5 RBIs. So righty for righty. We'll see what the thought is here. With 2 outs in the top of the 9th. First pitch swinging. It's a single into right field. Howell, who doesn't seem to run very well, is held at second. So 2 men on and 2 outs in the top of the 9th. And that will bring to the plate Jacob Sorensen.
Well, you said we'll see the thought process. And the decision paid off for the Scarlet Hawks.
Sorensen on the day, a ground out, a sac bunt, a single, and a pop out. But a big opportunity here to pad the lead and make things even tougher on the Cougars in the bottom half of the 9th. Litke's delivery is low and outside, ball 1. Nervy moments here late in this first game of the day. The 1-0. On the outside corner, strike 1. Would show a lot of composure here from Zach Litke if he was able to get out of this inning unscathed. The 1-1 pitch is called strike 2. It was a delayed call, but it goes in the Cougars' favor.
Now 1 pitch away here from getting out of this and giving the Cougar offense, the Cougar bats, a chance to make some magic happen as they did in the most recent home game.
We saw a walk-off last time we were on the air. Cougars positioning themselves to try to do it again. The 1-2 is fouled off as barely getting a piece of that fastball with Sorensen. Litke comes set. Doesn't really have to worry about the runners right now. Check second base anyway. The 1-2 is just low. 2-2. Litke now with 42 pitches thrown out of the bullpen today. And you mentioned, Justin, with a 4-game series, you want to conserve the number of pitchers you use. And we've seen Litke on one end and Carselli on the other end.
Yeah, and they both have been good. And it's definitely has allowed the managers to stick to their game plan.
Ground ball. Vincent will go to second and get the out, and the Cougars are out of the inning. We'll head to the bottom of the ninth. Cougars trail by 2 and need some runs. Bottom of the ninth here at the Thunderdome, and here we go. Cougars trail by 2, and they've got a good man to start things off. Nathan Dewey today has a bases-clearing 3 RBI double and a solo home run to his name. He'd love to add to that total right now. Carcelli remains the man on the mound. And the first pitch at the bottom of the ninth is blown away for ball 1. 1-0. Swung on and missed on a changeup. 1-1. And Carcelli's clearly put that big inning behind him that he came in as a part of.
Yeah, he's really been good with having clean slates to start these innings, and he goes 3-1 here, but he's still working fast. It doesn't seem like he's been taken out of his routine and rhythm out there at all. And we'll see what Dewey gets here on 3-1.
Yeah, he was charged 3 earned runs, all 3 earned runs back in the 6th. But he's walked Dewey here to start the 9th, an ideal start for CUC.
Now to bat, right fielder, number 9, Niles Gall.
And we've got a pinch hitter. Niles Gall is going to be replaced by Colton Wallace, so a more powerful bat. Gall was 0 for 3 on the day, so Colton Wallace comes in.
Well, Colton Wallace, if you'll remember, we talked about the last time we were here in the Cougars rally. He had a pinch hit double to lead off what ended up being the inning with Mariotti's walk-off home run. So,
as it's a breaking ball for strike 1 to Wallace.
Wondering now if he can't repeat that.
Wallace, a .357 hitter this year, has 4 RBIs. The 0-1 is taken for strike 2. And, whoa, man, quite the face there from Colton Wallace as he spun around and clearly didn't agree with that call, but he's down 0-2. Howie Hatton, the leadoff man, is on deck.
Yeah, it was a little high, and you're in off the bench, so you haven't really had the ump all day.
Runner goes, and the runner is out at second. It's a ball to Colton Wallace, but now the lead runner is cut down as Dewey is thrown out for out number 1, and that puts even more pressure here on Colton Wallace facing a 2-strike count. The 1-2 is hammered foul.
And the approach is the same for Wallace here. He needs to get on base, and he knows that, and that is regardless of the stealing or not.
And that is a called strike 3 on a good breaking ball from Carcelli, and the Cougars are down to their last out here in game 1.
Yeah, like you said, great pitch.
Number 12, Howie Hatton.
Not much you can do with that. Sometimes
Howie has been on base 4 times today. He has singled twice and walked twice. And they need a 5th right here. Carcelli's first delivery is up and in, ball 1. The 1-0 is taken off speed. Strike 1. Howie Hatton looks for the right pitch. Vincent's on deck if he gets there. High fastball, swing and a miss. And the Cougars are down to their final strike. The 1-2 from Carcelli is high, ball 2. And that is taken strike 3. A nice breaking ball again from Carcelli. He freezes back-to-back Cougars hitters, and that's how the game ends. The final score in the first half of our doubleheader today, IIT 7, CUC 5. We'll take a short break here at the Thunderdome, and we'll be back for the second half of the doubleheader shortly. And welcome back. Game 2 about to get underway. Alex Campbell and Justin Bjorse is on the call with you for Cougars baseball. IIT took the first game of the day 7-5. Wow, excuse me. As we are now underway in Game 2 as a strike is called on the first pitch of the day from Chandler Kerr. Chandler, a sophomore starter.
Continuing to look better in many of his appearances this year, too, after...
This is flared down the third baseline and fouled. Yeah, he has Chandler, 5th game of the season, his 4th start. He's got a 5.65 ERA, 16 Ks, 10 walks, and a whip of 1.74. This is Michael Courtney, again leading things off for IIT in this one. Had an RBI single and a normal single in the last one.
And we're not going to see Kerr work as fast as some of the pitchers in the other game. In the first game today did. He's got his routine out there, but he's very composed on the mound for, this being his first real full season.
This is chopped to second base. Uba on the charge will make the play for out number 1. Let's check on the Cougars defense. A couple new faces, some of the same. The 3 outfielders were all in the last game, but they've shifted around a bit. Gary Maynard is now in left. Howie Hatton is in right, and Niles Gall is in center. Anderson is the third baseman. Vincent, the shortstop, and Uba, the second baseman. Got a new face, though, at first base. That's Cooper Hines. So Cooper's at first base, and Carter Gledhill will do the catching. This is taken for a pitch that looked like a strike, but the umpire says it's just high. 1-0. And fouled off 1-1. Cool to see Chandler Kerr and Carter Gledhill work as the battery. Justin, guys we know are good friends away from the team and away from the field. And
yeah, roommates.
Getting this opportunity together.
Has to be pretty cool for both of them.
The 1-1 from Kerr is chopped down the third baseline again. Foul. 1-2. This is Connor Blake at the plate. Blake in the first game did not have a hit. He did reach on an error at one point, as that's low and away, 2-2.
I like that spot for Kerr. I obviously still trying to see what this zone is going to look like. See if he can maybe be a little better behind the plate.
To third, Anderson across, and Hines with a nice pick at first base. Good defense there all around by the Cougars, 2 down.
Very nice pick by Hines. I was a little
worried?
Yeah, it's a great play by Anderson to get there and make the throw across a diamond, and then, it's scooping it out of the dirt at first base is not easy. It's no easy task. Very nice by Hines there to make the play.
So 2 down, and it's another foul ball this time by Brandon Bennett, who's right back in the starting lineup. The 0-1 is right over the middle of the plate, 0-2, and Chandler Kerr going to work here in the first inning. Getting ahead of batters. He's ahead now 0-2 here with 2 outs. And line straight back, a ball that would have hit me in the face if not for the netting and then the window.
2 layers of protection for you.
The 0-2 again is in the dirt, straight up in the air. 1-2.
At last week's games, it was nice enough for us to have the windows open up here in the press box, but
a little chilly today.
Yeah, not so much today.
Hopefully for the last time this year. I know it's supposed to be 63 degrees tomorrow, so looking forward to that. As this ball is blasted down the right field line, Howie Hatton is on the run to the corner, and this ball is off the wall. Bennett will round first and stand up in a second for a 2-out double. Bennett gets his third hit and second double of the afternoon. And that'll bring up Howell. Once again hitting cleanup. As the top of the order stays the same in this second game for IIT. And Chandler Kerr will look to strand that runner at second after the Bennett double. Off speed, right over the plate for strike one. Maybe Howell was sitting fastball there.
Yeah, probably not anything you want to take a whack at on the first pitch if you're a hitter.
Kerr checks the runner once and twice. The 0-1. It's another breaking ball. This one's high. 1-1. He's fouled straight back, 1-2. Can see Cooper Hines' family in the stand, and they've a dog just showed up as well, so the whole family out to see Cooper Hines at first base in this game. 1-2 is swung on and missed from Chandler Kerr. Drop third strike, though. Gledhill down to first. Hines makes the play, and that ends the first inning. One runner, but no harm done. We'll head to the bottom of the first. Here come the Cougars to bat.
Now to bat the right fielder, number 12, Howie Hatton.
Bottom of the first inning, and the starting pitcher, another lefty. Back-to-back games here for IIT. It's Ryan Cantlin. He makes his third appearance of the year. He's pitched 5 1/3, has a 6.75 ERA, 4 Ks, and a walk. This is his first start, though, of the year for the senior from Downers Grove. And his first pitch to Howie Hatton is a called strike at the knees.
Yeah, Downers Grove. That is my hometown. As soon as you said the name out loud, I was like, wait a minute. Went and looked at the sheet to see if that.
Yeah, we got some connection here because there's two guys I think on this IIT roster from Mokina, Illinois, including Brandon Bennett, and that's the town where I grew up in the south suburbs.
Look at
As
that.
Hatton fouls this one off straight back, 1-2. Howie in the game earlier, reached base 4 times, 2 walks, and 2 singles. The 1-2 is a called strike 3.
And he knew it.
And Howie knew it. He was walking to the dugout before the ump even made the call. 1 down in the first.
Now to bat shortstop, number 32, Bryce Vincent.
And that'll bring up Bryce Vincent. Bryce earlier today had a single.
Lets his walkout song play a little bit.
Yeah, gives it some time to. He's always singing along to whatever song it is. He's singing along as he comes out of the dugout and takes strike one.
You know what? That's when you know that you picked the right walk-up song for you, because if it puts you in a groove like that, walking up, you're getting into it.
As Vincent
It's a
goes
good sign.
upstairs, climbs the ladder for that ball. It's 0-2. Bryce just strikes me as a guy, though, who's always just seems to be a good vibe on the baseball field. He's always seems, engaged as he floats this one out to center field, drifting to his right and making the catch for out number 2 is the center fielder, Courtney.
Yeah, Vincent seems to have a big personality, which is not uncommon for shortstops
No.
in baseball at all.
Very true. The major leagues currently would reflect that across the game.
In our city.
Yeah, you got Tim Anderson, Javi Baez. As that's ball 1 to Gary Maynard, who, if you weren't watching, you will be unsurprised to learn, got hit by 2 pitches in the first game today. Was glad to see he was okay after the second one, which got him right in the head.
Yeah, helmet, luckily, worn for a reason.
1-1 count here as that one gets the inside corner.
And that helmet went flying off.
Matt Jackson is the catcher for IIT in this game. And that's outside from Cantlin.
Give Navarro the afternoon off, same that CUC did for Zavoli.
The 2-1 is up and away, 3-1. As Gary Maynard looks to be the Cougars' first base runner here on a 3-1 count. Three-one is driven. Deep center field, the bat flip. He doesn't even look. He knows it's gone. It's way out of here. Home run, Gary Maynard. Some confidence on that one. The flip of the bat, the turn to the dugout. The center fielder kept going anyway. No need. That's a big fly from Gary Maynard. 1-0 Cougars in the first.
Alex, I came really close to telling you before that pitch. I had a feeling he was about to go yard. I don't know why. I don't know what came over me, but I thought 3-1. You mentioned being the first base runner. I'm like, well, how about he just goes yard and gets us on the board? Yeah.
But, the jump as you look to the dugout, the bat flip, you talked about some attitude, not just with shortstops. It's everywhere on this Cougars team.
Well, that's the energy you want to bring, especially when you hit a home run early in the game like this. You set the table.
Colton Wallace takes up and away for ball 1. Wallace the DH in this game. As we mentioned that Brody Mariotti in the first game, when he was running to first, came up limping a bit, and whatever the assessment of Mariotti was, he's been kept out of the lineup for this second game, so that's something to keep an eye on for this Cougars team with how important of a bat Brody is, as that's ball 3. And so after the home run, it's 3 straight misses on the mound from Cantlin.
Yeah, a little strange to look at the CUC lineup and not see Mariotti's name right in the middle of it, but Wallace has plenty of pop in his bat, and he will serve the Cougars very well in the cleanup spot in the afternoon game today.
3-1 count here, the last of which resulted in a very big home run. The pitch is lined down the third base line. That's a fair ball. Wallace will round first. Helmet falls off. He's going for second. The throw is not in time. And with 2 outs, it's a home run and a double now for the Cougars as Wallace is aboard.
And his helmet flying off on doubles has kind of become his trademark.
Wallace with his 4th double of the season, and that'll bring up Matt Uba. Uba, who singled in the first game for his only hit of that contest, has a chance to continue the 2-out rally here with a man in scoring position. Cantlin checks and delivers. Uba takes high, ball 1. The 1-0 is taken on the inside corner, strike 1. The 1-1 pitch. Uba takes low, 2-1. Uba, very patient hitter, very disciplined hitter at the plate. A guy the Cougars can rely on to put the ball in play more often than not. swinging here, and he's lined this one into right field, a base hit. Coming around third is Wallace, and he will score. 2-0 Cougars. They keep going here with 2 outs. What's the old adage, Justin? Hit it where they ain't.
Hit it where they ain't, and it hurts after 2.
The catcher, number 27, Carter Gledhill.
Cougars putting both of those to use here, as all of this damage has been done after 2 are out, and you know it all comes back to Cantlin falling behind 3-1 on Maynard, and things have not gone his way for him since.
Carter Gledhill takes ball 1 outside. Carter playing in his 5th game this season. He's 3 for 9 at the plate with a 3-run homer. He's also walked 3 times and stolen a base. And that's a throw down to first. Got to be careful there. It wasn't a very good throw, and the first baseman Howell making sure it didn't get away.
Yeah, you like that energy and enthusiasm, but not everyone is Wilson Contreras behind the dish.
Who's basically patented that quick throw to first at this point. 2-0 count here as Cantlin continues to find more trouble. Gledhill swings and a miss on a changeup, 2-1. Carter was sitting fastball there
Yeah,
at 2-0.
String pulled on him a little bit, and that's a great pitch by Cantlin, knowing that Gledhill is going to be expecting the fastball. Able to throw the off-speed pitch for a strike.
The 2-1 finds the strike zone. 2-2 now with 2 down. 2 runs in for the Cougars here in the first. Can they keep the 2-out rally going? The 2-2 to Gledhill is high, ball 3. And Cantlin's working hard in this first inning. 22 pitches now in the frame. Full count, Gledhill, swing and a miss, strike 3. But the Cougars strike first on 3 hits, including a Gary Maynard massive home run to center field. It's a 2-0 lead for CUC as we go to the second inning. Second inning upcoming, and Chandler Kerr has now been spotted a 2-run lead after a good first offensive inning for CUC. Nick Bledsoe will lead off. Bledsoe, who in the first game got on base once with a single. Kerr starts him up with a fastball at the letters for strike 1.
Yeah, now Kerr, no better feeling as a pitcher than coming out for your second inning of work, and you've already been given a lead by your offense. CUC bats going early in this game.
And a breaking ball over the plate, 0-2. Nice start to this inning for Chandler Kerr. The 0-2 is way high and wide, and Kerr wants that one back, even though there's no one on base. 1-2.
Couple times now on that fastball.
And we've seen Chandler likes to really reach back and try to let that thing fly when he throws it as it's fouled off here. 1-2.
Bledsoe was very late on that swing. He's just able to knock it off to the right side. I'm thinking that Kerr might stick with the heat here.
The 1-2 is swung on and missed. You called it, Justin. A fastball blown right by Nick Bledsoe for out number 1. 2 strikeouts now for Kerr.
Now it's about the catcher, number 29, Matthew Jackson.
That'll bring in Matthew Jackson, the catcher, as Kerr will look to try to dispatch him similarly. Jackson this season, if you count last game's appearance, his 6th game of the year. And the 15th of his career. That's taken, must have missed just low for a ball. So it was interesting to see where pitchers stand. Chandler Kerr is so far to his right on the rubber, he's barely touching it.
Yeah, now that you say that, I feel like I'm not going to be able to not see that
Not
the entire
notice it?
time. Yeah, because he is really far off to the side there, and it's all about where they're comfortable.
And if you look, though, his step does get him much more central as he misses high here again, 3-0 to
Yeah,
Jackson.
you wonder if that's something that he has done himself naturally, or if that's been something that they've worked on him because he does have that big step that brings him so much back toward the middle.
The 3-0 pitch is a fastball straight down the middle, 3-1.
Yeah, and Jackson wasn't
swinging there.
that no matter where it was, and you can't say you blame him. You're just trying to get some guys on base here and get a run back.
The 3-1 is grounded straight to Vincent. It's short, and it's through his legs. That'll go E6. As Vincent was well positioned to make the out, and he just popped up a half second too early, and it rolled into left field.
Yeah, I actually missed that. I was looking down at the computer.
Well, we saw
For
in
a
the first
second.
game, you could argue, given that it was only a 2-run game, that errors cost the Cougars in game 1. They made 3 of them. And so there's the first one in this second game, and they can't afford those kind of mistakes in a game that's going to be close. Ball 1 from Kerr to the batter, who is number 17, Zach Pacer.
Yeah, giving away routine outs like that is, and for the pitcher on the mound too, because Kerr is standing out there believing he should have 2 outs in the inning.
Throws a strike here.
And I would bet that Vincent's hoping that this ball is the same as the last, hit right back to him, and he has a chance to redeem himself and flip 2 and get out of the inning.
Absolutely. Swing and a miss on a high fastball. Too much heat there for Pacer as Kerr's ahead 1-2. The 1-2 pitch is another fastball strikeout. Kerr's got 3 Ks. He's just blowing that heater by batters so far.
Yep, don't fix what isn't broken, and
Now it's about the third baseman, number 15, Claudio Labreco.
his heater is not broken at this moment in time.
So that's 2 outs now, and that'll bring up Claudio Labreco, who was swinging at the first pitch, got all of it, but luckily for the Cougars, he has pulled it way foul. I think that thing ended up getting to Division Street eventually, which it's not the shortest route to get there by any means.
No, that was a massive foul ball.
The 0-1 from Kerr. Sinking on a breaking ball, but not enough. 1-1. The pitch is just off the plate. 2-1.
Some fans here, it appears, believe that that may have been a strike. I don't necessarily know. It was definitely close.
It was close, but hard to say. 2-1 pitch is swung on and missed as Chandler had a little something on that pitch. Fooling Labreco, and 2-2 now. The 2-2 from Kerr is softly lined toward third base, and it's awkwardly over the head of Caleb Anderson for a hit.
A weird spot there, weird hit.
Just a tough ball to deal with if you're Anderson, who was in a little bit at third base and then had to try and backpedal to find that ball.
51, Brandon Hollyfield.
That'll bring up Brandon Holyfield, Holyfield, who did not play in that first game earlier, a junior from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. 3 for 8 at the plate this season.
And if you're Kerr here, you want to go after the 9-hitter and end the inning here and deal with the top of the order next inning with a clean slate. As he has a brief discussion with his second baseman, Matt Uba. You wonder if they're putting something on at second.
Something to watch here.
Uba creeps in.
With 2 outs in the second. Pitch from Kerr is inside and gets away from Gledhill. The runners will advance. Chandler Kerr, I think, just has to take a big, deep breath here. This is a potentially tough spot now, second and third with 2 outs. And the Cougars do not want to see the Scarlet Hawks replicate their 2-out rally last inning. That is low, 2-0. The 2-0 pitch. It's high 3-0. First base is open. But on deck is the top of the order in the form of Michael Courtney.
Yeah, no matter what the count and the situation is, if you're Kerr here, you want to go after the 9-hole hitter here. Not deal with the top of the order with the bags packed or runs already in.
But he will, as it's ball 4, a 4-pitch walk, and the bases are loaded.
Now to bat the center fielder, number 23, Michael Courtney.
Courtney, it'll be a lefty-on-lefty matchup, but that air to start the inning, or for the second batter of the inning, now looms large. Kerr's got 2 strikeouts in this frame, but it's not over yet. Bases loaded with 2 outs here in the second. First pitch is high from Kerr, ball 1. It's 5 straight misses now. And a swing and a miss by Courtney. I'm surprised he was swinging at all, but it's 1-1.
Yeah, when you have a guy on the mound who hasn't thrown a strike in a couple batters, usually you wait until you see that he can throw one again before you go ahead taking a hack at anything. But obviously Courtney recognizes the opportunity.
And he's lined this one to center field. Coming on, though, to make the play is Niles Gall. And they will leave the bases stranded, IIT. Kerr gets out of it. We'll go to the bottom of the second, 2-0 CUC. Bottom 2 here at the Thunderdome. Alex Campbell and Justin Bjorseth with you as the Cougars got out of a jam in the top of that inning. And credit to Chandler Kerr and his defense behind him for shaking off those last few batters.
Yeah, Kerr really was composed the entire inning. We talked in the first inning about his composure, and it was on display in the second. Him able to get out of that inning without any damage done I was pretty impressed.
Breaking ball there from Cantlin to start off Caleb Anderson, the third baseman, who now takes low and in for ball 1. 1-1. Anderson way out in front. Swing and miss. 1-2 on the off-speed pitch. The 1-2 is low and inside again, alternating basically right now. 2-2. The 2-2 pitch is in the dirt, full count. Good patience shown here by Anderson. Cantlin against Anderson. Full count. Is flown in the air, shallow center field. Awkward spot to be. Shortstop retreating, and it's a nice grab made in the end by Nick Bledsoe, retreating from shortstop for out number 1.
Well, Bledsoe never took his eyes off that the entire time it was in the air. Didn't worry about his bearings, the other fielders. He knew, I have this ball. I just need to track it down, and great concentration of him to get that. Because, like you said, that you kind of run into the Bermuda Triangle out there. It can become no man's land.
Cooper Hines up to bat, checks his swing, and he did not go, says the umpire down the first base line.
It's nice when we get that, and the ump is actually down the first base line and not behind the pitcher.
Hines takes ball 2, 2-0. Cooper this year at the plate is 0 for 2, but he did walk once and score a run after that. The 2-0 to Hines. Takes on the outside corner, 2-1. The 2-1 pitch. Hines takes again on a breaking ball. Maybe a change up, hard to tell from up here. Off speed of some sort, 2-2. The 2-2 pitch is swung on and missed. Strike 3. Pulled the string on him with a changeup. And that's 2 outs.
Now to bat the center fielder, number 9, Niles Gall.
That'll bring up Niles Gall. Niles, who in the first game went 0 for 3, so he'll feel he's due here in game 2. Lefty-lefty matchup again. Here's Cantlin's delivery. It's into the zone for a strike. Cantlin showing a lot of comfort right now, Justin, with his off-speed stuff.
Yeah, he's settled in after, he came out of the gates hot, and then he had a few
bumps.
Yeah, a few bumps, few at-bats that got away from him, and now this second inning he seems to have regained his composure out there, and he seems to be in a rhythm. It seems like every pitch he wants to make, he's executing.
And now he's ahead 1-2 in this at-bat with 2 outs in the second. And that's swung on and missed off the plate, but it takes a big bounce away, and this is going to be a drop third strike for Niles Gall. So a good heads-up play there for the Cougars. It is a strikeout, but Gall's aboard.
Now to bat the right fielder, number 12, Howie Hatton.
That'll bring up the top of the order, and Howie Hatton, who struck out looking on his first trip. He'll take down and in for ball 1. Runner goes, and Hatton is swinging. Can he get it over the left fielder? He can. It's going to go to the wall, and Niles Gall is being waved around, and a drop third strike is going to turn into a run. Niles Gall scores on the double by Howie Hatton. Hatton just ripping that ball. A hit and run was on, and he just launched that over the head of the left fielder.
Now it's about the shortstop, number
And it's
32,
3-0 CUC. That'll bring Bryce Vincent to the plate here. And again, Justin, the Cougars getting it done with 2 outs.
Hurts after 2, Alex, and it I think Cantlin and the rest of IIT would tell you that is the case. Hatton has had a really nice day at the dish.
And I don't know what Cantlin was doing there. I think he was hoping someone would be standing on second base.
No one was, though.
No.
So Here we are again.
A quick Chicago baseball update for those of you who are watching this instead of the other local games in a second here, as this is swung on and missed for Vincent. The Cubs have fallen 5-1. The White Sox currently trail 2-1 late at home against the Kansas City Royals. And already here, though, in this game, it's 3-0 CUC. As Vincent lifts this ball in the air to left field, going back is Pacer, and he will make the catch to end the inning. But the Cougars put one more up on the board. It's 3-0 as we head to the third.
Now to bat the DH, number 7, Connor Blake.
Third inning here. Blake, the DH, steps in. He grounded out to third base his first time up. And Chandler Kerr will go back to work and hope it's a little bit less stressful of an inning than last, with the same end result of no runs, of course.
You know, Kerr's been good. He's been excellent at executing his game plan out there and hitting his spots. We saw an easy first, and then we saw him working out of a jam in the second. It'll be interesting to see what the third inning brings.
That misses 2-0. The 2-0 on the corner. It looked a lot like the last two pitches, but this one's called a strike.
Yeah, all those pitches seem to be in the same spot to me. Luckily for Kerr, he gets one of them.
This one, though, was lined into right field. Hatton drifting back and making the play.
Hatton, who, as you mentioned at the top of the broadcast, we typically see in left field. But, you know, Maynard, who we talked about in the first broadcast, kind of being
Now to bat the second baseman, number 3, Brandon Bennett.
I don't want to call him a utility guy because he's in the lineup every day, but he has shown that he can play a variety of positions, which gives Colin Connor a lot of flexibility with the lineup.
But also, you know, the effect that Brody Mariotti going out of the lineup has, it creates kind of a domino effect as guys get moved around, and an unusual outfield combo might be what you end up with.
It wouldn't be the weirdest part of it all.
This is down the line. Caleb Anderson gets a glove to it, and this is going to roll into shallow left field. Bennett's going to head for second base. There could be a play here. The throw's on point, but it's just too late as it's a double down the left field line. Anderson did his best, but that was a hard-hit baseball.
Yeah, that was a hard hit ball, and Bennett had 2 on his mind from the second that he left the box, and that's why he's standing there now.
Ted Howell.
That brings up Ted Howell with a man in scoring position and 1 out here in the third inning. Kerr checks the runner at second and delivers. Swung on a line in the left field, and Bennett's going to be held at third. A good throw in there by Maynard, and then a juggle by Anderson on the single. Runners at first and third with 1 out, and some laughs there, I think, from the Illinois Tech dugout as Anderson kind of accidentally managed to have that ball land perfectly in his hand.
Yeah, that was a impressive juggling act by our third baseman.
So runners on the corners and 1 out. Chandler Kerr could use a ground ball right here as stepping into the box is Nick Bledsoe. Bledsoe struck out his first time up to lead off the last inning. First pitch from Kerr is a breaking ball over the plate, strike one.
And that pitch looked like one that he's trying to get a ground ball with.
Yes. And thus you can't blame Bledsoe for wanting no piece of it. The 0-1. Looks like it just might have slipped out of his hand there high for ball one. 1-1 the count.
Yeah, I think Bledsoe's waiting for a pitch to drive here. The last two batters have hit the ball fairly hard off Kerr here in the third.
He'll throw over to first. Everybody being mindful that there is a runner on third. The 1-1 pitch is swung on and missed, up and away, 1-2.
Yeah, he's not catching up to that one no matter how much he tries. So
Especially not there. Bledsoe
Yeah.
just went waving at that one.
awesome pitch by Kerr here, who now has himself in a position to hopefully get another strikeout.
The 1-2 coming is in the dirt. A nice block by Gledhill.
And I wouldn't be surprised if on this pitcher, if the at bat goes another one, if Howell doesn't take off from first base.
Absolutely. No reason not to, though. We've seen Howell's not exactly fleet of foot.
Yeah, he's not the fastest runner on the team, but
That's another good block by Carter Gledhill as the count goes full.
any pressure you can apply, and I think he will go here, even though
Yes.
there are not two down.
I would imagine you just want to try to eliminate any double play possibilities. You do have to be careful on balls in the air.
Yeah, the worst case scenario for him if he takes off running is a line drive
Live
to an
drive.
infielder.
Yep.
There he goes.
Full count is inside, ball four. And so the bases are loaded here in the third inning for IIT, who still aren't on the board yet, but they've got a very good chance here. Is coming to bat now is number 29, Matt Jackson.
That's about the catcher, number 29, Matthew Jackson.
Jackson does have one home run in his career and 5 total RBIs. See how Chandler Kerr and Carter Gledhill, the battery, approach this at bat with a 3-0 lead. First pitch swinging on a fastball is missed, 0-1.
Well, Kerr's coming right after him here. There's nowhere to put him, so no choice but to fire some strikes and see what happens.
The 0-1 is another strike as it's fouled back, 0-2. Got to be careful, though, here about anything in the dirt.
Yeah, anything in the dirt, we'll see where Gledhill wants him to work here, because you still could use the double play. But
Looks
you
like it was
also
supposed to be a breaking ball. It's well high and wide, though, 1-2.
yeah, just a 0-2 pitch. Didn't put too much stock into it. I think he's going to come back and get him right here, though. I don't think he's interested in messing around with pitches out of the zone.
Hopefully not. 1-2 is lined straight to short. Almost a double play. Did he get him? He did! Vincent and Uba. A big yell from Chandler Kerr. A high five from Gledhill. What a play on defense by the middle infielders of the Cougars. The bases are left loaded. There's been runners left all over the place already by the Scarlet Hawks. We'll go to the bottom of the third. 3-0 CUC.
17, Gary Maynard.
Bottom of the third. Chicago baseball update. Adam Eaton has hit a 2-run home run to give the White Sox the lead in the 8th inning over Kansas City. And CUC continues to lead 3-0 here at the Thunderdome after an awesome defensive play, a double play as the runner at second was doubled off by Brandon Vincent, who caught a line drive.
Well, Vincent knew right where to go when he caught that ball, and that so much of defense. I mean, that comes down to when you're learning the game at 6 and 7 years old. They tell you when the ball is hit to you, you have to have a plan prior to.
Where's the ball going?
Vincent seemed to know. Well, if this dude lines went to me, I'm going right to second base. He's positioned to go to second base regardless because they're in double play depth, and
Matt Uba was in the right spot as well.
Absolutely.
As Gary Maynard takes one on the inside corner there, strike one.
Sometimes it just works out for you.
Maynard in his first trip hit that massive home run to center field. The 3-1 pitch. The same count he hit his first home run on, and he's driven this one down the line, but foul.
And he is seeing the ball well today.
Absolutely. The 3-2 pitch is fought off by Maynard. That was probably ball 4, but he's being defensive at the plate. And I think he just confirmed that with the ump that was going to be ball 4.
I think Gary's had enough free passes. I'm not saying he won't take one, but I think he wants to swing, especially after earlier.
The 3-2 is swung on and missed. A changeup from Cantlin gets him missing. And it's out number 1.
Number 30, Colton Wallace.
And that'll bring up Colton Wallace, who doubled and then scored back in that first inning. Swings and misses here. Strike one. Takes that low, 1-1. Reminder that these two teams scheduled to play 2 more games tomorrow, but not here. It'll be over at IIT in Bronzeville. As this is popped straight up in the air on the infield, shifting over to make the catch is Bledsoe.
Yeah, Wallace just got under that one.
Now to bat the second baseman, number 6, Matthew Uba.
And Uba and Cantlin from the same high school conference.
As Uba lines this into left field, a bit of a bloop, but it's a base hit on a first pitch swing. And with 2 outs, the Cougars have a man aboard.
They've been a 2-out team today.
Yes,
so
sir.
We will see now if Gledhill can keep
Now
the...
to bat the catcher, number 27, Carter Gledhill.
And that's back-to-back singles now in the game for Matt Uba. And that will bring up Gledhill, who went down on strikes this first time. Cantlin with a half-hearted throw to first.
I don't know what the goal of that was.
I think he turned. He saw the runner was already back. He's like, well, I don't want to balk, so I guess I got to just toss the ball over here. First pitch to Gledhill is bounced down the line and just foul.
Just out in front of that one was Gledhill.
A 1. Swung on and driven to left field. Doesn't quite have the distance, though, as the catch is made for out number 3 by Pacer. Cougars held in check this inning. We'll go to the 4th, 3-0 for the home team.
17, Zach Pacer.
Pacer steps in after catching the fly ball to end the last inning with his team trailing by 3. Chandler Kerr back to the bump for the Cougars here in the 4th. Alex Campbell, Justin Bjorseth with you from the Thunderdome, Cougar Stadium, on the campus of Concordia University, Chicago in River Forest, Illinois.
Got to think Kerr is itching for a clean inning here. He's been great at pitching around trouble the past few innings.
But 51 pitches coming into this frame. He's already kind of getting up there, so yeah, I'm sure he'd appreciate something a bit quicker as that pitch misses high 1-1.
Not that the goal is ever a long inning, but there is times where you tell yourself, hey, we could use a quick one here.
2-1 count now on that low pitch. Fouled off. Strike 2. As the dugout throws it back to Chandler Kerr. Kerr staring in. The 2-2 is fouled off of Pacer. Another 2-2 upcoming. Kerr, the windup, the pitch is fouled off. We'll do it again. Another 2-2 coming. Swung on and missed, strike 3.
Big way to start the inning for the sophomore.
Now to bat the third baseman, number 15, Claudio Labreco.
That's strikeout number 4 of the game for Chandler Kerr. That'll bring up Labreco, who singled in his first at bat. 1 out here in the 4th. Strike 1. Chandler's got some excellent stuff when he keeps his composure on the mound. That's really the focus for him is, even when he gets into trouble, we've seen him keep his cool and stay focused, and that's a really good sign for the Cougars when Kerr's able to keep, when he's able to stay in that zone on the mound no matter what the situation is around him as he's ahead 0-2 in this at-bat.
Definitely. Not one of those pitchers who, gets in their own head out there and lets things spiral out of control. Just doing his job and controlling what he can control, and so far he's been excellent in doing that.
A young pitcher still, Chandler Kerr, still relatively inexperienced, the sophomore.
Yeah, without the season last year.
And that's a strikeout looking, and Kerr knew it. He didn't even wait for the umpire to signal. A fastball in the outside corner sends Labreco back to the bench. Back-to-back Ks for Kerr.
We are seeing that confidence grow.
They'll bring up Brandon Holyfield. Holyfield, who walked his first time up. First pitch is just outside on a fastball, 1-0. The 1-0 pitch is high, 2-0. In the dirt, 3-0.
I got it wrong. I had a 2-1 count. So
3-0 though here to Holyfield.
Miscommunication between the umpire and myself.
Walked his first time. He takes a strike here, 3-1. Three-one pitch is grounded. Vincent fields it cleanly. The throw to first is in the dirt. And doing his best just to knock it down was Cooper Hines, but not a good throw there. And Bryce Vincent's going to pick up his second error of the ball game.
Now it's about the center fielder, number 23, Michael Courtney.
Yeah, not much you can do there if you're Hines at first base other than, try to make the scoop. And
we've seen him make one or two already today.
It's not it's not an easy thing to do, like we've mentioned, and it can't be expected every time. You got to make your throws in the infield when they give you outs.
First pitch of this at bat is high to Michael Courtney. Courtney so far today has grounded to second and flown out to center.
And Kerr, again, something about this game and when 2 outs have been committed in an inning.
Both teams seem to perk up
yeah.
offensively. 1-1 the count now to Courtney. Runner goes. Gledhill throw down to second. The throw is good, just a little high though, and safe at second is Holyfield. So aggressive base running gets a man into scoring position. And it's a 2-1 count now to Michael Courtney. Kerr checks the runner and will step off the rubber. And the umpire calls a balk. So Holyfield moves up to third base. Count still 2-1. The 2-1 pitch. Fouled away, 2-2.
And one pitch here, and he can put that sort of odd sequence between the air, the stolen base, and the balk behind him.
Yeah, we haven't had anything that could be considered a normal inning yet in this game, as this is pushed down the third base line and foul.
Yeah, IIT, we mentioned their small ball in the first game, and they have a runner on third base, and he got there with an error, a stolen base, and a balk. So not hitting the ball out of the park or anything.
Another defensive
still finding
swing
a
there.
way to manufacture runs.
Sorry, another defensive swing there from Courtney.
Yeah, I've seen a few of those in a row now.
Stays alive at 2-2.
I think we might see Kerr's big fastball right here.
Would be a good spot for it. The 2-2. Check swing. He didn't go. Full count.
Kerr up over 70 pitches. So,
And we're still just in the fourth inning, so it's not going to be a complete game today for Chandler Kerr no matter what, as that fastball is high, ball 4.
didn't miss by much.
Now to bat the DH, number 7, Connor Blake.
That'll bring up Blake, who in this game has grounded to third and flown out to right. Kerr will throw to first. Runner back in time.
Dog over there appears upset that this inning is still going. Getting a little restless.
Two outs in the fourth. IIT have stranded a ton of runners already today. They're on the verge of doing it again, as this is a fly ball to right field. Howie Hatton is there, and that'll be the inning. 2 more runners left on by the Scarlet Hawks. We'll head to the bottom of the fourth. CUC still leads by 3. Bottom four here at the Thunderdome. Caleb Anderson to lead things off as the Cougars once again look to get the best of
Now it's about the third baseman, number 25.
Ryan Cantlin.
Ryan Cantlin. Thank you. I was looking at Roberto Carcelli, the reliever from the last game, and I'm like, he's not pitching. Cantlin's the man on the mound, the lefty.
I don't know how much more he would have in his arm after
Yeah,
all
I
the work
would-
he did in game one.
I would like to think that Carcelli's probably done for the day, if not the series, with how many innings he came out of the bench, out of the pen to throw. This one's down the line and foul. Count 1-1 to Anderson. Caleb, his first time up, popped out to shortstop. The 1-1 pitch is driven into center field. Will it stay up long enough? It will, and it's a nice grab made by Michael Courtney as he charged in. And Anderson's disappointed. He thought he had himself a hit.
Yeah, he hit that ball right on the screws, and
Now to bat, the first baseman, number 3, Cooper Hines.
a nice play by the center fielder. Great read on the ball.
One out here, and swinging and missing at the first pitch is Cooper Hines. Hines, who struck out on his first at bat. Swing and miss again, 0-2. And that is strike 3 called, a fastball in the inside corner, 2 down.
Ball did get away, but
Doesn't matter.
Now to bat, the center fielder,
not to the
number
degree
9,
that
Niles Gall.
we have seen it in times where the Cougars have taken advantage of it.
Going to bring up Niles Gall. Gall reached on a drop third strike and then scored back in the second inning. Laying down a bunt here, but it goes foul. And he would have been out at first anyway, so for the best. Chicago baseball update. The Kansas City Royals have tied the game in the 9th. So it's the White Sox and the Royals knotted at 3.
Not the idyllic home debut for the White Sox fancy new closer.
Liam
Liam
Hendricks
Hendricks.
giving up the solo shot.
Here's to hoping that we don't end up tied here.
I would hope not, unless unfortunately if the Cougars were to go behind, you'd certainly have to see them come back. But it's a 3-0 game right now, and I'm sure all Cougar fans watching would be content to see it stay that way. 1-1 pitch to Gall is in the dirt, but he swings and misses. Strike 2. The 1-2 pitch. Swung on and missed in the dirt again, and Gall's running to first as if it was dropped. It was not, and that will end the inning. The Cougars go in order. We will head to the 5th. Cougars still lead by 3. Fifth inning here. This game moving right along for the most part, but IIT has seen several missed opportunities. They've left all sorts of men on base in this game. As strike one taken on a pitch by Chandler Kerr.
Yeah, Kerr now up over 75 pitches here in the fifth inning, and he's been effective at working around trouble, and a lot of these innings have extended to no fault of his own.
Illinois Tech with 4 hits. 2 errors have been committed by the Cougars, and they have left 8 men on base in 4 innings. The 1-1 from Kerr is up and away, 2-1. The 2-1 is grounded up the middle, bounces off the mound. Uba is over. The throw to first in time, out number 1.
Nice play by Uba there. The weird bounce that it took off the mound. You commented on it when it happened. Just staying with it, staying in front of it, making a good read on it.
Now it's about
Taking
the
the-
first baseman,
getting the
number
easy out.
28, Ted Howell.
At this point today, not taking any easy out for granted.
Absolutely not. Howell steps in. A strikeout and a single. As that dips into the strike zone from Kerr, strike 1. The windup, the pitch on 0-1. Another breaking ball, same spot, doesn't get the call this time.
A few times we've seen that now where pitches appear very similar, and
Are called differently.
yeah, and I'm sure that Kerr on the mound is not loving that. He likes the calls he's getting, but I think he would tell you that he'd like consistency.
That ball was fouled way back behind home plate. As Howell took a big cut at it. 1-2 the count. Kerr's delivery on 1-2 is up and out. 2-2. High bouncer grounded to third. Nice pick. Anderson the throw to first. And my goodness, what a play made at first as well by Cooper Hines as the Cougars flashed the gloves on that ground out.
Truly impressive. I mean, that ball was smoked, and that took a weird hop, and Anderson had it played perfectly, and then Hines at first
Now
base,
it's
like
about
you
the
said,
shortstop,
too.
Number 14, Nick Bledsoe.
The ability to keep the foot on the bag, knowing it's going to be a bang-bang play.
They'll bring up Bledsoe. He has struck out and walked. There's that breaking ball first pitch. Strike 1. He threw it again in the same spot. It's fouled off this time, and 0-2. And man, would Chandler Kerr love a quick 1-2-3 inning here.
Yeah, that would be a nice change of pace for him from the last few innings. And like we said, much of the extended innings were to no fault of his own. But here, in control,
It's a high fastball, 1-2.
chance to, get back to the dugout. Probably warm up a little bit, honestly. It's getting a little colder here.
The 1-2 pitch is grounded foul. Yeah, I'm starting to doubt the efficacy of the alleged heater we have up in this press box because it is quite chilly here in River Forest this evening.
Yeah, I'm thinking that might be a myth myself.
The 1-2 is flown into right field. Cougars got a man there. Howie Hatton makes the catch, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for Kerr. Another quick one. We'll head to the 5th. Bottom of the 5th. We're halfway home already. Man, this game moving by real fast at the moment. 3-0 lead, Cougars. Bottom of the fifth
But she is saving.
here at CUC. Top of the order for the Cougars. Howie Hatton steps in and swings the first pitch, lines it into left field, but it hangs up just too long. And that is a very loud and very fast out number one.
And Hatton's had a very nice day in both
Now to
games.
bat shortstop number 32, Bryce Vincent.
They'll bring up Bryce Vincent. He has flown out twice, so he's seen the ball well right now. Just not finding the spaces. He swings at the first pitch as well and fouls it off down the line. Nice grab by the third base coach.
Seeing the Cougars come up aggressive here, they get through their third time through the order here against Cantlin. Activity in the IIT bullpen. It's another lefty. They have quite a few lefties on their staff. Both of the starters have been lefties.
So a swing 0-2, and yeah, it's not a big pitching staff, but it is lefty heavy. It's not really a big roster for IIT. The 0-2 pitch is just barely fouled off by Vincent. Gary Maynard on deck. Another 0-2 pitch is high and wide from Cantlin, ball one. You talked about how Chandler Kerr is now pushing 80 pitches. Cantlin is about to throw pitch number 60 of his outing. And it is a hard ground ball to second base, fielded and thrown to first for out number 2.
Yeah, Cantlin had the rough first inning, but he hasn't, it hasn't been bad for him since. And
Fielder number 17, Gary Maynard.
with that pretty low pitch count, I'm actually a little surprised to see the activity in the bullpen when you know that, you have 2 more games against the same team tomorrow.
Well, maybe that's just it. When you're a team with not a really big pitching staff, maybe you don't want any one guy other than your ace, who we saw earlier with Richardson. You don't want maybe more than one guy eating up a lot of innings. And maybe Cantlin could be available out of the bullpen. I mentioned this is his first start of the season. As that's down and in, ball 2. Maynard in this game.
For a start for sure.
Maynard in this game's got a home run and a strikeout.
Hitters count again here.
And lines us into center field, base hit. 2 out killers.
2 out killers.
And that'll bring up Colton Wallace.
Now to bat
Wallace
the
today a
number
double
30,
and a pop out.
Wallace.
Yeah, you'd probably have to go play by play and inning by inning, but I would love to know what the Cougars are hitting with 2 outs today.
Cantlin fouls it away, strike 1. It's impressive, whatever it is. I don't think we have access, though, to that kind of depth of statistics.
Well, we could find it. It would take.
We'd have to do it
digging through the
ourselves.
play-by-play and calculating it ourselves.
Runner
yes.
goes, ground ball to third. It's a long throw across the infield, but they will make it to get Wallace. Throw comes back across. No one's there. That was out number 3, wasn't it? It was
The
out
inning
number
is
3.
over.
Okay. Everyone was like, wait, where the heck did that baseball come from? That's out number 3. We will go to the 6th inning, 3-0 Concordia. 6th inning, and we got a new pitcher in the game. Chandler Kerr goes 5, doesn't give up any runs, and strands 8 batters on base.
Catcher number 29, Matthew Jackson.
Jack Rector into the game for the 7th time this season, an ERA of 8.18 in 11 innings pitched, so it hasn't always been smooth sailing for Jack, but he does have 18 strikeouts in 6 appearances. First pitch here is a fastball down and in for ball 1. The one thing you can say about Jack Rector, he throws hard.
He throws hard, and that's why that's why he's a frequent flyer on the mound. And he's trusted here to hold the lead for at least an inning, if not more.
Ball 2. Cougar sticking with a lefty on the bump here. Rector, the most frequent bullpen arm so far this season, but he's behind 3-0 to his first batter. The 3-0 pitch, and it's a 4-pitch walk to start the outing for Jack Rector.
Not ideal.
No.
Number 17, Zach Pacer.
That'll bring up Pacer. He struck out twice against Chandler Kerr, so he'll be glad to see somebody else up there.
Rector's got to throw this first pitch over here and get a strike.
And Pacer knows that.
Yep. I wouldn't be surprised if he takes a crack if it's in there. Oh,
Shows bunt, but it's a fastball high. And fine margins in this game. Carter Gledhill's going to go out to talk to Jack Rector, and Colin Connor's coming out of the dugout too, because they got to make sure Jack's got his head in the right spot right now and doesn't let this get away from him.
yeah, it looks like there's someone else getting loose down in the Cougar bullpen right now. As we make clear on every broadcast, we can't really see from our vantage point. I can see that
There are
is
people
someone in
stretching?
catcher's gear, and there are people, and they are playing catch it. They're not crouching yet, so it's not necessarily warm-up pitches, but
You got a couple of guys getting loose out there. We'll leave it at
arms
that.
are getting loose in the Cougar bullpen. They're only used 2 pitchers in game 1, so you would assume that they have a lot available to them down there.
1-0 count. Rector finds the strike zone. Strike 1. Get some good encouragement from the crowd here.
Yeah, let's hope whatever they talked about when Gledhill and Coach Colin Connor went out there resonates and settles down a little bit.
Strike 2. Good pitch there from Rector.
Early notes in these last 2 pitches, he looks like he's taking his time a lot more in his delivery and everything out there.
Rector checks the runner. The 1-2 pitch is just low. Ball 2. Gledhill thought he had it framed. Thought it was just a skosh low. Two-two pitch. Hits the batter, and so that's back-to-back free passes to start the 6th inning. Men aboard, nobody out. And Colin Connor's right back out, and Jack Rector just doesn't look quite right at the moment, and they're going to make a pitching change already. So a quick change here, just 2 batters into the inning. Rector's day is done. We'll take a break here, 3-0 Cougars. Pitching change out of the bullpen comes number 26, Mike Tobin. He's on for the 6th time this year. He's pitched 6 innings, struck out 5. But the downside is Tobin has allowed 5 home runs this season. So that is something that IIT will be looking to exploit here. They're showing bunt here. They lay it down. It's a sacrifice down the third base line. There will be no play. And with nobody out, the bases are loaded. And these are the moments in a season, Justin, when a team is tested that really separate the teams who go on to succeed from the ones that don't.
They've been in this situation before today in terms of IIT having runners on base, but there's no outs with the bases loaded, and this whole inning has felt a little bit off. Had a little bit of a different feel than any of the other innings we've had so far today.
Rector walked a batter and then hit a batter and then was pulled. And now that bunt has the bases loaded for Holyfield, who takes strike 1. Holyfield today has walked and it has popped out to shortstop. A big spot here for Mike Tobin to try and get out of. This is one of those innings that the Cougars are still leading after the end of the inning. It's a massive success, as that's a good block by Gledhill. Because, a great scenario here would be a double play, but that probably scores a run.
Yeah, I think you probably give up the run at this point if it means you can get 2 outs here in an inning that feels like you're fighting an uphill battle.
1-1 count to Holyfield is outside. Ball 2. Interesting fact, Holyfield had, coming into today, I guess still total, 13 hits in his college career. All 13 have been singles. As that's on the outside corner, strike 2. The 2-2 pitch is just barely fouled off.
That's a really nice piece of hitting in terms of staying alive, because I don't think he wanted anything to do with that pitch. Fouls it off, lives to see another one.
I'm not sure if it's more of a slider or a cutter, but Tobin's got this pitch that, using his sidearm action, really just darts away from right-handed batters. Let's see if he goes back to it right here. The 2-2. Drops into the zone. Strike 3. Totally froze Holyfield. 1 down.
That was an awesome pitch.
Now to bat, center fielder number 23, Michael Courtney.
It's the loudest we've heard the stands all day today. I think the softball team is playing a fairly large role in that.
Yeah, they are. They are hyped for Mike out there on the mound.
Chandler Kerr, the starting pitcher, is now sitting behind home plate, actually.
Taking the game.
Did his work. 1 out here. And this is blasted. Deep right center field. Cougars got a man there as Howie Hatton makes the catch just in front of the warning track. A run will score on the sac fly. It's 3-1, but off the bat, that felt like it could have been worse. So IIT on the board here.
Now to bat the DH, number 7, Connor Blake.
And that'll bring up Connor Blake with runners at first and third and 2 down.
Yeah, you'll take that, though, 10 times out of 10 if you're Concordia right now. Now, that's assuming you can manage to get out of the inning here without any further damage.
Right.
But, you try to run for an out. It's the same thing we talked about with the double play a couple batters ago. And now you just need any out anywhere. And, you go in, you keep a little bit of a lead.
Tobin's first pitch is a strike. Third down to second. That's a risky throw. He's safe. And I don't know if everybody was on the same page there, because the moment Gledhill threw that, I'm surprised the runner at third didn't at least pretend like he was going home.
Yeah, usually you see the runner at third at least threaten that they're going to go, especially when it looked like there was a little bit of chaos at second base, too.
Right, yeah.
Thought for sure we might see him to take home, and now
this has flown another deep fly ball. This one to left field, drifting back and making the catch. Huge cheers go up. Bases loaded, no one out. Only 1 run gets in. A fist bump from Chandler Kerr here on the sideline. Catch made out in left field by number 17, Gary Maynard. And we'll head to the bottom of the sixth. The Cougars was still with a 2-run lead.
To bat, second baseman number 6, Matthew Uba.
Uba steps in to lead off the home half of the sixth. And still no pitching changes for the Scarlet Hawks as Cantlin is out there for pitch number 64, which is grounded to first base. Cantlin is over to cover the bag for out number 1.
Yeah, no activity in the IIT bullpen anymore. We were kind of shocked a few innings ago when we did see the activity, given that, and you mentioned the possibility of saving Cantlin to go tomorrow, but, he's really been good out there. So I think that if you're the Scarlet Hawks, you're thinking, well, why fix what isn't broken? Why, run the risk of bringing in someone from the bullpen who...
Carter Gledhill steps in. Gledhill 0 for 2, a strikeout, and a fly to left.
Yeah, fortunate for him there. Again, that he has the umpire down by first base since no one's on base, and he got to actually get the right call made on the appeal.
1-0 count. Gledhill takes down and in, 2-0. Gledhill takes down and in again. 3 balls, no strikes.
Some good patience being shown by the Cougars catcher. Certainly familiar with the ump zone by now.
And Carter will take a 4-pitch walk. And that will bring up Caleb Anderson.
Now to bat, third baseman number 25, Caleb Anderson.
Cantlin glances at the runner at first, and Anderson, first pitch swinging. They've got Carter Gledhill doubled off. That's a double play, and all of a sudden the Scarlet Hawks are out of the inning just like that. We go to the 7th. Cougars still up by 2. Seventh inning here, another new pitcher for the Cougars. John Myers is on for the 6th time this
Now to
season.
bat second baseman number 3, Brandon Bennett.
He actually started one of those games. He's got a 6.17 ERA, has pitched 11.2 innings, 9 Ks, and 5 walks.
And he was good in his start, which I believe was his most recent appearance. So, a positive sign for the Southpaw.
Back out of the bullpen. And he'll start with Brandon Bennett. Ball in the dirt, ball 1. Now 10 men stranded on base for the Scarlet Hawks today as that's fouled off for strike 1. The 1-1 is a hard ground ball. Matthew Uba over to make the play. The throw to first is offline, but good awareness and good work there by Cooper Hines at first to apply the tag. And Hines has had a really good defensive day today.
Yeah, he's got good footwork over there at first base. Everyone just assumes that, it's like the easier position to play on the field, but it's
Now
not.
to
You
bat
need
first baseman number 28, Ted Howell.
you need to have fancy footwork. I think it's in Moneyball. Is it Sean Hatterberg, and they're teaching him how to play first base, and they're
He's a
like,
guy who
tell him
played
it's
first
not
base.
that hard, and they're like, it's incredibly hard.
Yes.
You need you need good footwork, and so far today we've seen it from Hines. That's a few nice plays over there, and
We've got a situation here.
it doesn't look like they're getting a pinch hitter or anything.
We've got a coach who's now walked around behind home plate and is headed for the second umpire, and I'm wondering what the deal is. Is he going to go argue here?
Well, he was out at first base. Cooper got the tag down, and if you're going to come out and argue, that's one thing. You're going to take everyone's time, but he couldn't have taken longer to get there. That was quite a slow strut out there to the umpire.
Yeah, of all the routes to take, that was an interesting one. I think he might have wanted to say something to the home plate umpire. Now he's headed for the guy who made the call. And I don't really know what we're arguing here.
I think Gledhill and the home plate umpire are probably talking about how this is a gigantic waste of everyone's time.
And he's going to take the long way home again? Is this a superstition about not crossing the lines here?
We might be and then he not only does he cross the line, he steps on the line. So I don't know if we can chalk that up to superstition.
Well, he takes a slightly shorter route now, and that entire experience was interesting. All right, then. The batter now is number 28, Ted Howell, with 1 out. Howell swings and misses, strike 1. Howell in this game has struck out, singled, and grounded to third. The 0-1 is driven down the left field line, foul. Count goes to 0-2. The 0-2 from Myers is popped up on the infield, short into the outfield grass. Vincent waving off his teammates, and he will make the catch for out number 2. And that'll bring up Nick Bledsoe.
Now to bat the shortstop, number 14, Nick Bledsoe.
First pitch is down, ball 1. Bledsoe in this game, a strikeout, a walk, and a fly to right. The 1-0 is on the outside corner, 1-1.
It's a good job by Gledhill there to stick that pitch because the momentum of the pitch wanted to take his glove out of the zone.
The 1-1 is fouled back, 1-2. Myers a strike away from a very quick potential inning of work.
Sun's starting to shine a little more than it has. throughout
Yeah,
most of
late in the day here, we're getting the brightest light we've seen all afternoon. Plenty of sunlight left here in River Forest. As we get closer to summer, sunset pushes more and more towards 8 p.m. local time. The 1-2 pitch is fouled off. We'll do it again. Myers gets the signals from Gledhill. The windup in the 1-2 is grounded hard, third base. Anderson fields it. Throw to first is picked again well by Cooper Hines. Gets the out. Quite a defensive performance from Hines today. Down in order go the Scarlet Hawks. We'll go to the bottom of the 7th. Time to stretch. 3-1 Cougars. Bottom of the 7th at the Thunderdome. And to the plate comes the defensive star of the game so far, Cooper Hines, the first baseman. Cooper in the game so far today is 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts.
His impact has been felt on the defensive side of things, though.
For sure.
A few nice plays at first base.
That's an off-speed pitch for strike 1. Cantlin is still out there. It's pitch number 68 he just threw, and there is no activity to speak of in the bullpen.
Couple guys out there playing some toss, but nothing that indicates that Cantlin is on the ropes this inning.
That one is cued foul, 0-2. The 0-2 pitch is in the dirt, ball 1. 3 runs on 6 hits, 2 errors committed for the Cougars. 1 run, 5 hits, and 1 error for Illinois Tech here in the 7th. As that is just off the outside corner, 2-2.
Good take by Hines there, especially after that was called for a strike to open up the at-bat.
A very
similar.
A very similar pitch. You could see Cantlin was going for the same spot. The 2-2 is fouled off by Hines again. Another 2-2 pitch is swung on and missed. Strike 3. Cantlin has had Hines' number at the plate today. 1 down in the 7th for the Cougars.
Now to bat center fielder number 9, Niles Gall.
That'll bring up Niles Gall. Gall with 2 strikeouts, but he did score a run via a drop third strike. One out here in the bottom of the 7th. Pitch from Cantlin is swung on and flown into the air. Shallow right field. charging in to make the play. No, the ball drops. It's a single. My goodness.
Hit it where they ain't.
Yes, indeed. And
That was the Bermuda Triangle we talked about earlier. It was on full display there.
Howie Hatton.
first pitch is taken high for ball one. Chicago baseball update. The Kansas City Royals have defeated the Chicago White Sox 4-3 in 10 innings. Not a banner day for either ball club.
No, you really didn't. You have two teams with playoff aspirations and expectations losing
To the Pirates and the Royals.
Pittsburgh
Ugh.
and Kansas City. So,
Not great.
no, really isn't not a fun storyline for either of those teams, but maybe the Cougars.
Niles Gall's been picked off here. He's going to slide in and be tagged out at second base for out number 2. And that jersey's going to need a bath. He did a nice roll at the end of it, too. He got himself coated. So it's a 1-0 count here to Howie Hatton. Howie with a strikeout, an RBI double, and a fly out to left as he calls for time. The 1-0. Taken, strike one.
You'd like to see the Cougars get a couple more here.
That's way inside, is skipping away from it is Hatton. 2-1.
If they have the chance to do so.
Absolutely. As strong as John Myers looked last inning, you would want to minimize the pressure on him. Hatton takes low again, 3-1.
Yeah, we assume it will be Myers out to work the 8th. It doesn't appear that there's much going on in the Cougars bullpen, though I am a little thrown off by, no, there is someone throwing, it looks like.
This is scooped in the air toward left field. It's going to hang up. No, that's a terrible route to the ball taken by the left fielder. Howie Hatton's going to get a double on a play that probably should have been an out.
Well, the irony here is that we've talked before about Hatton and his
Now to bat shortstop, number 32, Bryce Vincent.
his familiarity with left field here and how he plays so well out there, and then you see the other side of that where that was not a great read and approach to that ball there.
No, Pacer looked like he, off the bat, Pacer's pace and his route would indicate that he thought he was going to catch that ball or at least be in front of it for a single, and he just totally misplayed it. And so with 2 outs, the Cougars have a runner on second and Bryce Vincent at the plate. Vincent is due. He's 0 for 3. Throw back to second. Well, it's a good thing Cantlin didn't throw that because his second baseman had evacuated the scene, and you get a shrug there from Howie Hatton, like, what the heck was that about?
Yeah, well, that would have hit Hatton if
he threw it.
If he turned around and threw that as hard as he could.
So that was weird. Anyway, the delivery now to Vincent is inside, ball one.
There is no activity in the Cougars bullpen. I was a little thrown off by the two coaches standing in front of the catcher as to be out there keeping guard over the two of them warming up while the game is being played, but
this is smoked down the left field line by Vincent, but it is curling foul. That thing landed beyond the fence. If it stayed fair, it was at least off the wall and would have had a chance.
Off the bat, I thought it was gone, and then it definitely took that, started to break left very quickly. But that shows you he's seeing the ball right now. Again, that insurance run on second base would weigh heavy for the Cougars.
2 outs and a 1-1 count here in the bottom of the 7th. Vincent, another hard hit ball. This one just short, knocked down. Nice play in the backhand throw to first in time.
Wow.
That's excellent from Nick Bledsoe, and that will end the inning. Cougar strand 1. We go to the 8th. It's still 3-1 CUC. John Myers back to the bump here in
Now
the
to
8th
bat
inning.
catcher number 29, Matthew Jackson.
Matt Jackson will lead it off here in the away half of the 8th as Illinois Tech goes searching for a couple of runs. First pitch is high for ball 1.
Myers verifying with the ump that missed high.
Pretty sure I just heard a shot from the dugout. Let's go, Florida man. And I verify Matt Jackson is from Miami Beach, Florida, as he fouls this off down the first base line.
He's probably not been a fan of what he's had to play in today.
This is probably downright frigid by his standards. Though he's the one who chose to come to college in Chicago, so he knew what he was getting himself into, I would imagine.
The long sleeve under the jersey makes a lot more sense to me now.
1-1. Swinging, and he lifts this in the air, down the right field line. Long run for Howie Hatton. The ball is foul.
And that exact situation is why I thought someone was up in the Cougar bullpen by watching the two coaches stand over there and guard it, because you need them over there to let the pitcher and catcher know that they're in harm's way. But there is, of course, no activity at the moment.
As I said last inning, I think this is Myers' game if he can keep it this way, as this is fouled off by Jackson.
Sound like he fouled that off himself a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Counts 1-2. We were talking about it off air. These Illinois Tech jerseys really do feel like they're missing a big white number right in the center of, right in like the stomach.
Yeah, we were comparing it to Louisville earlier.
As this is fouled off again, but you could just tell, like, right on those red horizontal stripes, if you took just about a half size of the number on the back and put it right there, it would look really nice.
It is odd to see a college uniform without a number on the front. It really is.
But we are not the uniform designers.
We are not. We do not work for Adidas nor Under Armour.
1-2.
As the Cougars don their maroon jerseys.
Grounder to Uba. Had to make that throw quickly with all the bounces it took, but he makes the play. And I'm sorry, that's not Matt Uba at second base anymore. Christian Jacob is in the game at second.
Word did not get up to us that was the case.
And
That pinch hitter number 24 is Samuel Sproul.
Matt Uba's now at shortstop, which means what happened to Bryce Vincent? It would appear Bryce Vincent is the man out of the game. Matt Uba has moved to short, and Christian Jacob now at second base. One out. And is this a pinch hitter? It is a pinch hitter. Samuel Sproul makes his first appearance of the afternoon and evening. Sproul, a freshman who has only pitched so far. This is his first plate appearance of his college career right here, with one out in the 8th. He takes high for ball 1.
Sorry, I was updating.
Yeah, getting all the fielding positions right.
Changes that,
Sproul?
don't get relayed to the people.
This is another troublesome spot. This is going to fall for a hit. And Sproul has his first hit of his college career in his first at bat. He had previously pitched 3 1/3 innings, but he's aboard here. And lots of cheering comes from the dugout to celebrate the moment.
Now to bat third baseman number 15, Claudio Labreco.
If you thought Miami, Florida was a long way from home, Samuel Sproul's from Seattle. And that'll bring up Claudio Labreco with a man on and one out here in the 8th.
Yeah, interesting changes by CUC. We've seen before.
This ball is popped up, out of play, toward the bullpen. No one cheered, so I assume the ball fell foul.
I was waiting for the reaction from the dugout, as that likely landed out of play. We've seen, this is not an anomaly. We've seen games before where the middle of the infield is Jacob at second and Uba at short.
Right, this is not a combo we haven't seen. It's just curious that Brandon Vincent was pulled from the game. You hope he's not injured.
Exactly.
0-1 count. Throws over to first. Sproul dives back in safely. The 0-1 pitch. Ball one.
Now, if you're Myers here, you're working with the 8 and 9 hitters in the order. You'd love to save the top half of the order for the 9th.
Absolutely.
I think I've said that a few times now today, but in this situation especially.
That swung and missed. LeBreco got nowhere near that ball. That thing had some wicked break on it. 1-2 the count with one down. The 1-2. Swung on and missed, strike three.
Big pitch from Mr. Myers there.
Now to bat right fielder number 51, Brandon Hollyfield.
I'll bring up Hollyfield. Brandon in the game today, a walk, reached on an error, and struck out looking. Hollyfield swings at the first pitch and falls it straight back, strike one. Scheduled hitters for the Cougars in the 9th, or I should say in the bottom of the 8th, Wallace, Uba, and Gledhill.
As we assume that Uba is hitting in his same spot in the order.
Yes,
and
that would-
Jacob will be in the 2-hole for Vincent.
Can't just jump to a different spot in the lineup.
That would be way too easy of a situation to manipulate.
Yeah. Oh, no, I would just like my best hitter to bat every time. Yeah, we're going to do that now.
Yeah.
He
He can also play everywhere in the field, so we're just going to move him around.
He's batting 9th and 1st. This ball grounded, and Anderson cuts off Uba. That's just poor communication defensively. I think that's got to be Matt Uba's ball. It's a tough play for Anderson. And a runner goes to third now. What on earth? He's going to be tagged out, I think. And he's ruled safe as if there was no tag. The ball gets away, and we've got some Little League baseball going on right now. Runners on second and third after all of that. A routine ground ball has turned into a potentially game-changing situation. The runner snuck to third, and Caleb Anderson didn't get the tag down.
Now to bat center fielder number 23, Michael Courtney.
And that brings up the top of the order. So I don't even know what to rule that. I guess it's probably an error on Anderson.
The original play was an error on Anderson.
But after that, it's just a mess.
After that, we're going with that he got advanced to third on the initial error because nothing else really happened to allow that.
Line down the first base line. That's a fair ball, and we have a tie baseball game. And defensive mistakes come back to haunt the Cougars. On the first pitch, Michael Courtney sends it down the line to tie the game at 3 with 2 outs here in the 8th.
Now to bat the DH, number 7, Connor Blake.
And then I'll bring up Connor Blake.
I'll tell you, they got away, have so far today for a while, got away with some defensive lapses, and that one proved to be a little more costly. Obviously, they still have a couple at-bats to work with. This game is still tied as we sit here right now, but, you probably should have been out of this inning.
Communication is important. 2 outs here in the 8th. Tie game as Blake takes strike 1 in the outside corner. So that eliminates Chandler Kerr as the pitcher of record, so he'll get a no decision for his 5 shutout innings. The 0-1 is taken, strike 2. The 0-2 pitch. Wide, ball 1. 1-2 pitch. Foul ball out of play down the right field line. Look out to the fans still gathered over there. Maybe one of the dogs can go fetch that.
Looks like we have a human on it, unfortunately.
Another 1-2 pitch upcoming. 2 outs and 2 runs in here for the Scarlet Hawks in the 8th inning. Cougars looked like they were about to be out of the inning on a ground ball. And suddenly it's a tie ball game as this is off the end of the bat and foul again from Blake. Throw back to second. Runner is safe. All 3 RBIs now in this game. Michael Courtney's got him for Illinois Tech. A sac fly and a 2 RBI double on back-to-back trips.
Well, we've emphasized so much today about the importance of getting out of innings before the top of the order has the chance to come up with guys on base and do some damage, and there's a reason why we've talked about it.
Yeah, Courtney has, in his last 2 at-bats, done that damage, and still the count 1-2 after another foul ball. The 1-2 again is low, ball 2. And suddenly the sun low in the sky as the shadows get long. Foley comes out, and that could be blinding out there on the field if you're not used to it today. And guys might not have sunglasses with them either.
I don't think that anyone in the field is I mean, I can already see Hatton and Wright
covering his eyes.
Sun. Yeah.
And then this is flown to left field, and adjusting to it and making the catch is Gary Maynard. We'll head to the 9th. Illinois Tech has tied the ball game. It's 3-3. Here we go.
8.
Gary Maynard swings and misses at strike 1 here in the home half of the 8th. Cantlin's still out there. He just threw pitch number 80 on his evening. And there is finally activity, though, in the bullpen if he's not able to cruise through this inning as that bounces away for ball 1.
We already had.
Sun glare also makes it basically impossible to see the scoreboard right now. But it is 3-3 here in the home 8th. 1-1 pitch is fouled off, 1-2. And that is up and in. 2-2 the count. Fouled off again. The 2-2 is a hard ground ball to third. Talking awkward bounce. Nice adjustment to third. To first is in time. It's a good play at third base by Claudio Labreco for out number 1. And that'll bring up Colton Wallace.
Now
Matthew Uba, the batter, an 0-1 count. Takes low 1-1. 2 outs here in the 8th. Strike 2. This is fouled off. Count stays 1-2. Couple ground balls to third base in this inning for the Cougars. Carter Gledhill on deck if Uba can get aboard. Another foul ball. The count will remain 1-2. Uba fouls it off again, just barely staying alive there. Uba today has 2 hits. Fouls off another pitch. As Cantlin goes over 90 pitches. Another 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. It's a 1-2-3 inning for Cantlin. We'll go to the 9th, tied at 3.
second baseman number 3, Brandon Bennett.
New pitcher in the game for the Cougars in the ninth. It's number 44, Cade Laudenschlager. Laudenschlager making his 8th appearance of the season. 20 strikeouts to 8 walks. And it's Brandon Bennett flipping around to bat from the left side now. Start the ninth. Ball 1 in the dirt. Scheduled hitters here, Bennett, Howell, and Bledsoe.
The meat of the order for the Scarlet Hawks.
As that's up and 2-0. Meanwhile, when the Cougars come back up in the ninth, the scheduled hitters are Gledhill, Anderson, and Hines. This ball is blasted down the right field line. If it's fair, it's gone. It's a foul ball.
Yeah, he didn't miss anything on that one. He got all of that, and luckily for CUC, just pulled it foul.
Also in that ninth inning, we could find out just how injured Brody Mariotti is, because you could think if he could stand up there and swing a bat, they might put him out there in the ninth.
That will depend on the situation that arises, but the thought has crossed my mind as well.
Good to know we're on the same wavelength there. Man, Brody doesn't need to be able to run. He just needs to be able to hit a ball real far. 3-1 count in here to start things off for Laudenschlager to Bennett. The pitch is flown high in the air, left center field on the charge, and making the catch is Maynard for out number 1.
Now to bat first baseman number 28, Ted Howell.
Now to bring up Ted Howell. A strikeout, a single, a ground out, and a fly out. Still face Laudenschlager. First pitch in the dirt, ball 1. The 1-0 pitch. Swung on and missed. Changed the speeds up on him. Strike 1. Laudenschlager's pitch drops in the zone for a strike. That was nice. And
Yeah, I don't know. Some nice movement on it.
I mentioned that Laudenschlager has started once this season, so he is not only a guy in for the ninth, he's a pitcher who could be prepared to make the journey into extras.
Yeah, this could be, hey, if this goes past this.
Another pitch in the dirt, 2-2.
Interesting to look at tomorrow, though, because my guess for the two starters tomorrow were Laudenschlager and one of the other Cougar bullpen arms we've seen today so far.
Litke?
Yes. Yeah.
Myers?
Myers. There you go. There wasn't any basis to those.
I would think that Ryan Davila and Weston Stutzman might be the arms on deck to go tomorrow.
That sounds a lot more. Well, obviously now having seen these two
having
today,
having eliminated other possibilities.
Can't imagine they're starting tomorrow. That will probably be the two we will see. I don't know why that wasn't where my mind was. They were the two we saw in the last doubleheader we had here.
This is a ground ball to the left side. Anderson fields it. Double clutch throw. Gets the out for an out number 2. So far, so good for Laudenschlager in the ninth, as that'll bring up Nick Bledsoe.
Now to bat shortstop number 14, Nick Bledsoe.
Bledsoe has struck out, walked, flown to right, and grounded to third. 0 for 4 on the day for a man who came into today hitting .348 on the season. First pitch is a 59-footer for ball 1. And Carter Gledhill wants a short conversation with his pitcher. It's also interesting to see Gledhill opts for the more traditional, old-school catcher's mask.
Yeah.
Zavoli's got more of the hockey style. The 1-0 is swung on and missed. 1-1, nice pitch.
Yeah, absolutely. Came back from falling behind early, and now he's got a chance to get ahead in the count, put himself in a good position to get out of the inning.
1-1. just off the plate, 2-1. The 2-1 from Laudenschlager. Swung on a miss, strike 2.
One more of those, and we'll have a chance at our second consecutive Game 2 walk-off.
Yes, I was just thinking the same. The 2-2 pitch. Oh, that looked pretty good, but it's just low.
Could not have missed by much. Laudenschlager's already ready to go on the mound, ready to fire.
He knows he was millimeters away from a perfect pitch there. The 3-2 is lined into right field for a base hit. Good two-strike hitting from Bledsoe, and he's aboard with 2 outs.
Now to bat the catcher, number 29, Matthew Jackson.
Well, bringing Matthew Jackson, reached on an error, lined into a double play, walked, and grounded out so far in this game. First pitch is in the dirt. Gledhill knocked it down, and there's no throw as getting to second is Bledsoe, and into scoring position with 2 outs here, and it's been a 2-out kind of game.
Yeah, all afternoon, and it's only fitting here now that, you know, as much as we don't want to see it, that IIT is here putting pressure on the Cougars yet again with 2 outs. We can only hope for the same in the bottom half. Or for it not to even get to that in the bottom half. Not to even be a 2-out rally.
The 1-0. Outside corner, strike 1. And Jackson just confirming, is that where the corner is? All right. If you say so.
Hitter's probably not too fond of pitchers getting outside strike calls, but Laudenschlager will take it, and we'll see if he goes back there.
It's in the dirt again. 2-1. The 2-1 pitch is in the dirt again. 3-1. Good defense there, though, by Carter Gledhill behind the plate to keep all these in front of him. The 3-1 pitch is outside, ball 4. And not the worst time for a walk because now you've got your force outs back, but it does put on more pressure. As stepping to the plate will be number 24, Samuel Sproul.
Now to bat number 24, Samuel Sproul.
Sproul, who singled in his earlier at bat as a pinch hitter. And a single now could give Illinois Tech the lead. 2 outs here in the 9th. Swings at the first pitch. This ball's into center field, and it will fall, and it gets past Niles Gall. 1 run is in, and Illinois Tech retakes the lead. Sam Sproul, in the first 2 at-bats of his college career, has a single and a double, and now a go-ahead RBI in the 9th. Or maybe that's more of a single advancing on a throw to second, but still. An RBI for the freshman. And Illinois Tech leads a 2-out rally here in the 9th. Gives them the edge 4-3. And the batter will be number 15, Claudio Labreco. Laudenschlager delivers. Another first pitch swing, ground ball to Anderson. Across the diamond, he goes with the throw. It sails high, pulls the first baseman off the bag. And now they've got a guy stuck between third and home. He slides back in safe. Jackson scores. It's 5-3. So defensive mistakes haunts the Cougars again. A bad throw from third. And then the runner advances to second. It's 5-3 Illinois Tech.
Now to bat number 6, Jacob Sorensen.
And now Coach Colin Connor is going to call his entire infield in because this has gone from we're about to get out of this inning clean to on the verge of a total mess.
Yeah, and I apologize. I've been a little out of it because there was a mess up in the IIT lineup on the stats when they had their defensive substitutions, and then a couple crazy plays there with a lot of advancing on throws. But, yeah, not ideal. Not ideal how this inning has turned out for the Cougars, who, again,
The Cougars were an out away. And was that, did the Cougars just call for an intentional walk? No. Okay, I thought that signal.
I don't believe so. There was something motioned from the umpire that felt like it was directed up here.
I think maybe just to make sure we have Sorensen as the batter now, as he came in as a defensive substitute.
Yeah, that was with him and Sproul, it was.
So Sorensen is the batter. 2 runners in scoring position. 2 runs already in with 2 outs. The first pitch from Laudenschlager is a strike. The 0-1 pitch is well outside. And Gledhill's really got to be careful behind the plate right now with Sproul on third base. The 1-1. Swung on, ground ball up the middle. Uba fields it, to first he goes, and that's out number 3. But damage done by Illinois Tech late in that frame. We'll go to the bottom of the 9th, and the Cougars need runs. And Cantlin is back out for the 9th inning. The 5th-year senior, 92 pitches through 8 innings, now in line for the win after getting some run support in the 9th. Carter Gledhill will lead things off for the Cougars here in the home half. CUC needs at least 2. First pitch is on the outside corner, strike 1.
Can't imagine that Gledhill was happy with that call.
No, especially not as the catcher. The 0-1 in the dirt, 1-1.
He's thinking, hey, if you give us that strike 3 call last inning, we have a 1-2-3 inning, we're out of here. All of a sudden, 2 runs later, Gledhill doesn't get the call when he's up the plate.
Carter is 0 for 2 and walked his last time. Now as a 2-1 count as the sun came out for about 10 minutes and it's gone again.
Getting later in the day.
The 2-1. Swung on and flown into center field. Going back toward the track and just in front of the dirt. Making the catch in center field is Courtney. And that's out number 1 in the 9th.
Yeah, Gledhill to the deepest part of the park there.
Mm-hmm.
Now to bat third baseman number 25, Caleb Anderson.
That'll bring up Caleb Anderson. Anderson today has flown out twice and lined into a double play. Excuse me. Swinging at the first pitch in the dirt, 0-1.
Yeah, and he's got to be a little more patient than that here, Alex. If you see, you need a runner on base here, and they'll take it.
There's a hit batter. And I should say, this is the first start of the season for Cantlin, but it's the 32nd start of his 5-year Illinois Tech career.
Now to bat first baseman number 3, Cooper Hines.
And here comes Cooper Hines.
We're going to runner for...
We've got a pinch runner. Elijah Hickman will take the place of Caleb Anderson on first base. And into the batter's box comes Cooper Hines. And Cooper's 0 for 3 today with 3 strikeouts. Could be a big moment here.
Yeah, one swing here is all it takes. What you'd really like to see...
That ball's low. Cooper in his career, 5 games, well, I guess 6 now. Just 1 hit, but it produced an RBI. It was a double. He could use it here. Swing and a miss. Strike 1. A guy who's been a big part of this program off the field in his time as a Cougar. That's taken for strike 2 on the outside corner.
Looks like we have a pinch hitter for Gall waiting on deck. But
and that's a throw down to first. Tag is there. He's safe. I believe on deck, I believe that's Christian Jacob, who we saw coming in the infield a while ago, and he just hasn't gotten an at-bat yet.
Jacobs, too. This is 52 on deck.
Oh, that's 52 on deck. Wow, That's Ryan Davila.
I was wondering that.
The pitcher.
I didn't want to say it because I didn't want to be, blatantly wrong.
This is driven into the gap in left center, and it's down for a hit for Hines. Making his way to third is Hickman, and the Cougars are in business here in the 9th. And frustrated with himself clearly is Cantlin. He knew how close he was to getting out of this with a complete game and a W. And they're going to do another pinch hitter? Pinch runner?
I think we're going to get a runner.
We're going to get a runner for Cooper Hines.
To hit.
Now to bat number 52, Ryan Davila.
So Davila comes to hit. And we might get a pitching change here as well, as number 7, Alex Kinnert, is off the bench to run. And we're going to have our first pitching change of the day for Illinois Tech, is here with 1 out in the 9th. Cantlin gives up the ball. It'll be his win if his team can hold on to it. 1 out in the 9th. We'll take a quick break. Pitching change here at the Thunderdome. Cougars threatening. The new pitcher in the game, number 47, Wyatt Romanek, a junior from Jacksonville, Florida, has not pitched this season. He has 10 career appearances. 2 of them were starts. He's pitched 16 innings with a 9.92 ERA. And it's a pinch hitter, Ryan Davila, normally a pitcher himself. He has 3 career plate appearances, and the best he's done is he got hit by a pitch once. Romanek's first pitch is in the dirt. If Davila can keep this going, Howie Hatton is on deck.
Flipping that order around had to be the goal of the inning coming in for the Cougars, giving their guys at the top of the lineup a chance to tie or win this game. Big at-bat here for Davila, the pitcher.
Davila checks up a swing, but it's a called strike, 1-1. There's only one thing here Ryan Davila is not allowed to do.
Hit into a double play.
Yes, no ground balls. The 1-1. Big swing and a miss. 1-2. The 1-2. Davila fouls it off, and obviously not the matchup he would have liked going against another lefty out of the pen. That's why it's interesting to see Davila be the choice here as the pinch hitter.
Yeah, lefty-lefty matchup. But you got to think they know something in that dugout that we don't. Up here.
Another 1-2 is swung on and missed. Strike 3. And that'll leave it down to Howie Hatton.
Not a bad man to leave it down to, though. The way he's been swinging the bat today.
Howie is 2 for 4 in this game with 2 doubles.
And another double here, and we have a tie game.
Exactly. Roanoke against Hatton. First pitch is called for a strike. This is the ball game right here, folks. Inside, ball 1. One and one. And that pitch was way up and out of the zone, and Hatton went chasing it. 1-2, Cougars down to their final strike. The 1-2. High, throw down to first. Back safely is Kinnert.
That's a risky throw down to first when you're
Yes.
a strike away from winning this game. And I know that in the grand scheme of things, the run on third doesn't really matter. But if that ball gets away at first base and then you have the runner on first and getting into scoring position as the tying run.
The 2-2 pitch is fouled off as it came in on the hands of Hatton.
Good defensive swing from Howie there.
Another 2-2 is high, 3-2. Christian Jacob is on deck.
He's not had an at-bat today.
The pitch from Moronic is in the dirt, ball 4. And the winning run is aboard. And here comes Christian Jacob.
Down to bat number 2, Christian Jacob.
Jacob, a sophomore from Scottsdale, Arizona. This is his 8th game this season. He's got 2 RBIs, 1 double, 1 triple. And we're going to have a conversation here between coaches and umpires. Not sure what that conversation was.
No, not sure either.
A remark was made to Roenick as well. So Christian Jacobs, the batter. Bases full of Cougars as they trail by 2 here in the 9th. Jacob with a chance to be a hero. Roenick the pitch. High for ball 1. And Roenick can't believe the call.
Yeah, just a little high, but I don't blame Roenick for being a little upset.
The 1-0. High again, 2-0. Good spot now for Jacob. Gary Maynard, if it gets to him, is on deck. The 2-0 pitch. Jacob swings down the left field line. It's nabbed by the third baseman. He rushes to the bag, and the game is over. A hard hit ball ends it on a ground out to third base. The final score, Illinois Tech 5, Concordia Chicago 3. The Scarlet Hawks win both games by a 2-run margin and sweep the doubleheader. A reminder that these two teams will go right back at it tomorrow at IIT once again. But for Justin Bjorseth and our entire crew behind the scenes here at CUC, I'm Alex Campbell. Thanks for joining us today for Cougars Baseball, and we'll see you next time.